Tonight's stories follow campers who entered isolated forests and mountain paths where something felt wrong from the start. Trails that narrowed, silence that pressed in, a sense of being watched that never went away, and then nothing. What makes these cases disturbing isn't what was found, it's what wasn't. No bodies, no clear explanations, only haunted wilderness paths that seem to remember everyone who walks them, and sometimes decide not to let them leave. If you've ever camped alone, if you've ever felt the forest watching back, stay with us. These are the true stories of campers who vanished on haunted wilderness paths. My name is Jeremy Wells, and the night I almost died started with the kind of cold that doesn't announce itself. It doesn't bite. It settles. I remember standing beside my car at the trailhead just after dusk, breath fogging lightly, thinking the air felt clean. The forecast said clear skies, dropping temperatures, nothing dramatic. I locked the car, checked my pack by habit, and stepped into the trees before the last line of orange drained from the horizon. The trail was familiar enough. Pine needles packed down by years of boots, a faint slope, switchbacks I could walk without thinking. I had done winter overnights before. Not many, but enough to know the rules. Stay dry, keep moving, eat before you're hungry. I carried a headlamp, extra batteries, a bevy, a stove that rattled softly when I shifted my shoulders. Everything felt accounted for. That's important, because later I would replay that feeling, trying to find the exact second it turned into something else. Darkness came cleanly. No clouds, no moon yet. My headlamp cut a narrow tunnel through the trees, the beam catching frost crystals on bark and rock. The forest made its usual sounds. Wind moving high above, the faint tick of branches touching, something small scurrying away from the trail. It was quiet in a way that felt earned, not empty. I remember thinking I'd picked a good night. The campsite was a flat bench a few miles in, marked on my map by a blue dot, and a note I'd scribbled years earlier sheltered. I reached it with time to spare, boots crunching on frozen soil as I shrugged out of my pack. The air smelled sharp and metallic. I pitched the bevy, laid out my pad, moved with the economy that comes from knowing cold punishes hesitation. My hands stiffened as I worked. I didn't rush. I told myself not to rush. By the time I finished, the cold had weight. It pressed against my clothes, found seams, slid down my neck. I fired the stove and watched the flame bloom, a small circle of heat that felt almost embarrassing in the open dark. Water came to a boil. I ate without appetite, forcing calories down, because I knew better than to skip it. The forest beyond the headlamp beam remained politely distant. The first sign that something was wrong wasn't fear. It was a thought that didn't belong to me. It arrived quietly, like a suggestion offered by someone standing just behind my shoulder. You could pack up now. I remember pausing with the spoon halfway to my mouth. The idea made no sense. I'd planned this night. The gear was out. The temperature would drop, yes, but I was prepared. The thought slid away as easily as it had come. I finished eating. I cleaned up. I zipped myself into layers and lay back, staring up at the sliver of sky framed by branches. Time stretched. The wind died. Without it, the cold thickened. My breath sounded loud inside my hood, each exhale fogging the air inches from my face. I adjusted, tucked my hands under my armpits, curled slightly to conserve heat. The forest held its breath with me. Minutes passed. Or hours, it's hard to tell later. because the night didn't move the way nights usually do. There were no markers, no owls, no distant traffic, just the slow, steady pressure of cold and the rhythm of my breathing. That was when I noticed the silence wasn't complete. There was a sound beneath it, so low I felt it more than heard it. A faint, irregular thump, like something heavy being set down carefully, then lifted again. Not footsteps. Too spaced out. Too deliberate. It came from downslope beyond the edge of the campsite. I told myself it was ice shifting, a tree shedding frost. Something normal. I lay still and listened. The sound stopped. Another thought drifted in, uninvited and calm. If you wait, it will notice you. My heart sped up, then slowed as I forced it back under control. Panic wastes heat. Panic makes mistakes. I rolled onto my side and peered through the mesh, sweeping the headlamp beam across the trees. Trunks leapt out of the dark, pale and indifferent. No movement. No eyes. The sound did not return. I lay there until my muscles began to tremble. At first it felt like nerves. Then it settled into a deeper shaking, the kind that starts in your core and radiates outward. I recognized it for what it was and didn't like how early it had arrived. I did the math in my head, reciting it like a prayer. Eat. Drink. Move if you have to. Don't sleep through it. I sat up, fumbled for the stove, hands clumsy now. The metal felt painfully cold against my fingers. I got it lit on the second try and cradled the heat, letting it soak into my palms. Steam rose from the cup as I poured hot water over a packet of something sugary. The smell was faint but reassuring. I drank slowly, feeling the warmth slide down my throat. The thumping sound came back, closer this time. Still downslope, but not as far. 1, 2. A pause. 3. Each impact pressed into the ground, rather than skimming across it. I kept my head down and my movements small, pretending not to notice. The beam of my headlamp stayed fixed on the cup in my hands. A new sensation crept in then, one I hadn't prepared for. It wasn't cold. It was the feeling of being observed without being seen. Not watched, exactly. Counted. Weighed. Leaving now would be safer. The thought carried a different texture than the others. Urgent but not panicked. Reasonable. It unfolded images in my mind without effort. The car's heater blasting, my hands thawing on the steering wheel, the relief of motion. It didn't argue. It didn't threaten. It simply laid the path out and waited for me to take it. I stood. The ground felt unsteady beneath my boots, as if the slope had changed while I wasn't looking. I told myself that was the cold, the beginnings of dehydration. I packed with stiff fingers, the motions automatic, efficient. The forest did not object. The thumping stopped entirely, as if whoever, or whatever, had been waiting had gotten what it wanted. As I shouldered my pack, a final realization settled in, heavy and unwelcome. The fear I felt wasn't about staying. It was about going. About the idea that the moment I turned my back on that dark bench and stepped onto the trail, I would be bringing something with me that hadn't been there before. I clicked off my headlamp to save the battery for the hike out and stood in the dark, letting my eyes adjust. The forest seemed closer now, the trees leaning in just enough to narrow the path. My breath sounded wrong in my ears, too fast, too thin. I forced it slower, 1 count in, 2 counts out. Somewhere downslope, something set its weight down again. Once. Then nothing. I took my first step toward the trail, and the night seemed to lean forward with me. The trail looked different in the dark. I don't mean unfamiliar. I mean altered in a way that suggested intention. The switchback I'd walked dozens of times felt tighter. The trees pressing in so close my shoulders brushed bark on either side. My headlamp carved a shallow tunnel ahead of me, the beam swallowed quickly by black space. Every step sent a dull shock up my legs, the ground harder than I remembered, uneven in ways that forced me to concentrate. I told myself to keep moving. Movement was warmth. Movement was life. The numbers ticked through my head like a checklist. Distance to the car. Calories consumed. Time since last water. I could still do math, which felt like a small victory. The cold had deepened. It wasn't just on my skin anymore. It felt inside my joints, a heavy ache that slowed my knees and stiffened my fingers. I flexed my hands as I walked, the pack straps creaking faintly with each motion. The forest remained quiet behind me. No thumping, no pursuit. That should have been comforting. It wasn't. After 10 minutes, I noticed something off about my breathing. Each inhale felt shallow, like my chest couldn't quite expand. I slowed, forced myself to stop for a count of 5, then 10, letting my lungs fill properly. When I started again, the trail dipped sharply, dropping into a stand of younger trees where the air felt colder, denser. My headlamp beam caught a low fog hugging the ground, thin strands of it drifting across the path. Fog happens. Cold air settles. I knew that. What bothered me was the way it moved away from me. Not dispersing, but parting slightly as I approached, then closing again behind my boots. I tried not to think about it. I tried not to imagine it responding. Another thought slid in, smooth and unforced. You don't have to hurry. I shook my head hard enough to make my hood shift. Hurry was exactly what I needed to do. Hypothermia loves patience. It convinces you to rest, to sit down, to let the shaking stop. I increased my pace, heart thudding now, sweat threatening at my lower back. That scared me more than the cold. Sweat would kill me faster than anything else out here. The trail marker came up suddenly, reflective paint flaring white in my beam. I stopped, relief cutting through me. This was the halfway point. From here the descent eased. I reached out and touched the post, grounding myself in something solid and known. The wood felt warmer than the air. I pulled my hand back, staring at my glove as if it might explain itself. Wood doesn't hold heat like that. Not after sunset. I pressed my palm against it again. The warmth was subtle but undeniable, like the residual heat from a body that had moved away moments earlier. A smell reached me then, faint but distinct. Not pine, not damp earth, something organic and stale, like breath trapped too long in a closed space. I swallowed hard and stepped back onto the trail. The fog thickened as I descended, my headlamp beam flattening against it, reducing my world to a few feet of pale ground and dark shapes that might have been trees or might have been closer. My footsteps sounded wrong, muffled, as if the forest floor had softened without my noticing. I checked my watch. The numbers blurred for a second before snapping back into focus. Time was moving. That mattered. My legs began to feel disconnected from the rest of me, each step requiring conscious effort. The shaking returned, stronger now, rippling through my thighs. I recognized the danger signs and forced myself to stop again, dropping the pack and stamping my feet, swinging my arms. The fog swirled around me, disturbed, then settled. That was when I heard it breathing. It wasn't loud. It wasn't even clearly separate from my own breath at first. Just a slight delay, an echo that didn't match my rhythm. I held my breath. The sound continued, slow and measured, somewhere just beyond the edge of the light. I told myself it was an animal. Deer breathe. Elk breathe. So do exhausted hikers. I grabbed my pack and moved, refusing to give the sound a chance to define itself. As I walked, the breathing faded, replaced by the soft crunch of my boots and the whisper of fog sliding past my knees. The trail straightened out, running along a narrow ridge. On one side, the ground dropped away sharply. On the other, it rose into a wall of trees. I kept my eyes down, following the ribbon of dirt, trusting muscle memory. My thoughts had narrowed now, focused on simple commands. Step, breathe, stay upright. The urge to stop grew stronger with each minute. It wasn't framed as surrender. It was practical, sensible. You can't drive like this. Rest first. Warm up. The idea came with an image of me sitting on a log, back against a tree, the pack as a pillow. The shaking would stop. The fog would thin. Everything would be easier in a moment. I bit down on the inside of my cheek until I tasted blood. Pain cut through the haze. Sharp and immediate. I welcomed it. Pain meant I was still in control. Lights appeared ahead of me, small and steady, bobbing slightly between the trees. Headlamps. My heart lurched. Other hikers, maybe. A ranger. Someone else stupid enough to be out here tonight. I raised my own light and waved, calling out, my voice thin and strange in the cold air. The lights stopped. They didn't move closer. They didn't move away. They just hung there, suspended at a height that didn't quite make sense for a person standing on the trail. I took a step forward. The lights took a step back, maintaining the distance between us perfectly. A terrible understanding began to form. Slow and heavy, I stopped moving. The lights stopped. I raised my arm. They rose. I lowered it. They lowered. They weren't lights. They were reflections. My own headlamp beam bounced back at me from something smooth and pale, angled just right to mimic motion. The realization stole what little warmth I had left. I turned away, refusing to look again, and staggered forward, breaking into a clumsy jog. The trail dropped sharply after that, my knees screaming as I half slid, half ran. The fog thinned, the air changing, carrying the faint, blessed scent of asphalt and oil. I burst out of trees onto the access road, gravel crunching loudly underfoot. My car sat where I'd left it, dark and silent. Relief hit me so hard my legs nearly gave out. I fumbled for the keys, hands numb and useless, dropping them once before managing to unlock the door. The interior felt like a refrigerator. I collapsed into the seat, slammed the door, and started the engine. As the heater began to blow lukewarm air, my shaking intensified, teeth chattering violently now. I welcomed it. This was recovery. This was the body fighting back. I laughed once, a short, broken sound. Then I noticed the fog. It hadn't stayed at the tree line. It had followed me out, pooling low around the car, pressing against the windows as if curious. As I pulled onto the road, it peeled away reluctantly, trailing behind me in thin strands. In the rearview mirror, the forest stood dark and still, giving nothing away. But the feeling remained, heavy in my chest, impossible to shake. I had left the woods, but the night felt unfinished. Like I had walked away in the middle of a conversation that wasn't done with me yet. The road unwound in front of me like a ribbon pulled too tight. My headlights cut a shallow cone through the fog, revealing asphalt that looked damp but never quite wet. I drove slowly, knuckles white on the steering wheel, heater blasting air that smelled faintly of dust and old fabric. My body shook in waves, violent enough to rattle the seat. I told myself this was normal. After drop, the body redistributing heat. I focused on that explanation because it had rules, and rules meant control. The fog kept pace with me. Not the way fog usually does, thinning as elevation changes or breaking apart under wind. This stayed low and even, sliding along the shoulders of the road, occasionally lifting just enough to blur the trees before settling again. I glanced in the rearview mirror more often than I should have. Each time, the forest loomed close, trunks packed tight, the darkness between them absolute. I drove for what felt like too long without seeing another car. No taillights ahead. No oncoming headlights. The road signs came and went, reflective numbers flashing white and then gone. I missed a turn I knew was there, the junction appearing only after I'd passed it. The sign angled away from the road as if someone had turned it by hand. I didn't slow. I didn't turn around. Stopping felt like an invitation. The shaking eased as warmth seeped back into me, replaced by a deep fatigue that pressed on my eyelids. I cracked the window despite the cold, letting sharp air bite my face. The smell of the forest slid in immediately. Damp and mineral, the same stale undertone I'd noticed earlier clinging to it. I rolled the window back up and breathed through my mouth. A sound crept into the car then, subtle enough that I questioned it at first. A soft, rhythmic tap, not quite in time with the engine. I turned the radio on then off. The tapping remained. I checked the dashboard, the glove compartment, the loose gear in the back. Nothing explained it. When I slowed, it slowed. When I accelerated, it matched me again, patient and precise. I told myself it was debris caught under the car. Ice. A branch. The explanation felt thin even as I leaned on it. I kept my eyes forward and drove. The road dipped into a shallow valley where the fog thickened abruptly, swallowing the headlights and reflecting them back in a dull halo. My sense of speed vanished. I eased off the gas, heart pounding now for reasons that had nothing to do with cold. The tapping sound grew louder, closer, no longer coming from beneath me but from somewhere just outside the driver's side window. Tap, tap, pause, tap. It sounded careful. I pressed the accelerator. The engine responded sluggishly, the car hesitating as if reluctant to leave this pocket of night. The tapping kept pace, moving with me, maintaining its position just out of sight. I didn't look. I refused to look. I counted the seconds instead, grounding myself in numbers again. 10. 30. The fog thinned as suddenly as it had thickened, the road rising back into clearer air. The tapping stopped. I laughed again, louder this time, the sound brittle. I told myself this was the last trick of a stressed brain. A body pushed too far. I was almost down, almost safe. The idea of a lit gas station, fluorescent lights and human voices felt like salvation. The first town sign appeared around a bend, reflective letters flaring white. I didn't recognize the name. That made sense. There were dozens of small places out here, unincorporated clusters with more trees than people. I passed a darkened pull-out and almost missed the shape standing at its edge. I braked hard, the car fishtailing slightly before I brought it back under control. The shape didn't move. It stood just beyond the reach of the headlights, tall and narrow, its outline blurred by fog. For a moment, I thought it was a post, a marker, something inanimate. Then it leaned. Not stepping forward, not retreating, just a subtle shift as if redistributing weight, mirroring the way a tired person might adjust their stance. The headlights caught a pale surface and flared back at me, not bright, not reflective in a clean way. Dull, absorbing. The urge to stop hit me with physical force. It wrapped around my chest, squeezed. You should check. You should help. You owe it that much. The thought arrived fully formed, complete with the image of me opening the door, feet on gravel. The relief of standing still after the long drive. I slammed the accelerator instead. The engine roared, tires spitting stones as I surged past the pullout. In the side mirror, the shape slid out of view without moving, swallowed by fog and trees. The town appeared in pieces. A single streetlight, a closed diner with chairs stacked inside, a row of houses dark and silent. I didn't slow. The road carried me through and out the other side without ceremony. My phone buzzed then, the sudden vibration making me flinch hard enough to jerk the wheel. No service. The screen lit my face briefly, reflecting my own eyes back at me. Too wide, rimmed red. As the light faded, the reflection didn't disappear right away. For a fraction of a second, it lingered. Slightly out of sync, my expression delayed. I dropped the phone into the cup holder and kept driving. The final stretch to my place blurred together. Familiar landmarks felt off, distances stretched. The fog thinned but never fully left, clinging to low spots, pooling in ditches. When I finally turned into my driveway, relief hit me so hard it left me weak. I cut the engine and sat there, listening to the ticking of cooling metal, the night pressing close around the car. The tapping returned. Not outside this time. Inside. Soft and deliberate, coming from the back seat. I didn't turn around. I didn't breathe. I stared at the windshield, at my own faint reflection, and waited for the sound to stop. When it did, the silence felt heavier than the noise had been. I got out of the car slowly, keys clenched between my fingers. The cold bit again, but it felt manageable now, familiar. I walked to the door, unlocked it, stepped inside, and locked it behind me with shaking hands. The house smelled like dust and old wood. Safe smells. Human smells. I stood in the entryway for a long time, listening. Nothing moved. Nothing followed. Later, wrapped in blankets, shaking subsiding into exhaustion, I tried to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt it. The sense of being counted again, weighed, measured against something that had learned my pace, my breathing, the exact speed of my footsteps. I survived hypothermia. I survived dehydration and panic. The doctors said I was lucky, that I'd pushed it too far and come back just in time. They didn't ask about the drive home. They didn't ask why I still check the back seat before I start the car, or why I never camp alone anymore. What I didn't survive was the certainty that something noticed me leaving, and that by doing so, I taught it exactly how to follow. My name is Patrick O'Neill, and I'm writing this while the night is still happening, because I'm afraid that if I wait until morning, I won't remember things the way they really were. Or worse, I'll convince myself none of this mattered. I've spent enough time outdoors to know that the woods don't care about your confidence, but they do respond to routine, and that's what makes this so hard to explain. I did everything the same way I always do. I stepped off the trail for less than a minute. When I came back, the trail didn't recognize me anymore. I had started that afternoon on a well-marked loop I'd walked twice before. A modest stretch through mixed forest with clear blazes and a maintained tread. Nothing remote. Nothing dramatic. I planned to be back at my car before dark. Maybe late enough to watch the light drain out of the canopy, but not so late that I'd need to rush. The air was cool and smelled faintly metallic, like rain that never quite falls. The kind of weather that keeps sound close to the ground. Every footstep felt loud. Around dusk, my bladder made the decision for me. I remember checking my watch and noting the time without concern. I remember looking at the trail, making point of choosing a spot where the path bent gently to the left, so I could step a few feet off on the right and still see where I'd come from. I remember thinking how silly it was to even think about getting turned around for something that would take seconds. I pushed through a screen of ferns, boots sinking slightly into damp soil, and turned my back to the trail. The forest felt close there, branches leaning in, leaves brushing my shoulders. The smell changed immediately, richer and heavier, like wet bark and something sour underneath it. I relieved myself quickly, zipped up, and turned around. The trail was gone. I don't mean it had vanished completely. I could still see trees where trees had been. I could still see open ground where open ground should be. But the line of compacted dirt, the subtle groove worn by boots, the rhythm of space between trunks, body had memorized without my permission. All of that was wrong. In front of me was forest that looked like forest that had never been walked through. Moss lay unbroken. Leaves were scattered in a way that suggested time, not traffic. It was as if I'd stepped off a trail in one place and come back in another. Identical place that had never known people. I stood there longer than I should have, waiting for the sense of wrongness to resolve itself. The light was thinning fast, blue slipping into gray. Somewhere far off, a bird called once and then stopped. I took a step forward, expecting my boot to hit packed earth, and felt it sink into something soft. The sound it made was wrong. Too quiet. I told myself not to panic. I reminded myself that trails can be subtle, that light plays tricks, that I'd only gone a few feet. I turned in a slow circle, scanning for blazes, broken branches, anything familiar. My headlamp was still in my pack. I hadn't needed it yet. The idea that I might need it now made my throat tighten. I called out just once. Not a shout, just a voice saying hello, like I was checking if someone was around a corner. The sound died almost immediately, swallowed by the trees. No echo, no reply. The silence afterward felt deliberate. I stepped back the way I thought I'd come. After 3 steps, my heel caught on a root I didn't remember stepping over before. I stumbled, caught myself, and in that brief moment of imbalance, the forest seemed to shift. Not visibly, not like anything moved, but the sense of orientation I'd been clinging to loosened. When I straightened, I could no longer say with confidence which direction I'd started from. That's when I put on my headlamp. The beam cut a narrow tunnel through the gathering dark, catching floating dust and the pale undersides of leaves. Everything outside that cone felt unreal, like a painted backdrop. I swept the light low, searching for the trail's edge. There should have been a drop, off where boots had worn the soil down. There should have been scuffed stones. Instead, there was only continuity. Forest into forest into forest. I tried to walk parallel to where the trail should have been, telling myself I'd intersect it if I just kept moving. The ground sloped gently upward, then leveled out. The smell grew stronger, a damp, almost sweet rot that made my stomach turn. I became acutely aware of my own breathing, the sound of it loud inside my ears. Every few steps, I stopped to listen. Nothing moved. No insects. No wind. The silence pressed in, making my head feel full. After what felt like 10 minutes, but couldn't have been more than 5, I saw a blaze. It was faint, half hidden behind a sapling, but unmistakable. A familiar shape, the right color, the reassurance of human intention. Relief washed through me so hard my knees felt weak. I moved toward it quickly, careless now, branches snagging my sleeves. When I reached it, I raised my hand to touch the paint. My fingers met bark. The blaze was old, nearly gone, flaked and weathered, until it was little more than a suggestion of color. It wasn't on the tree I expected, either. It was too low, too far to the side. The mark felt wrong, like a word spelled almost correctly. I shined my light around, searching for the next one in the sequence. There was none. I backed away slowly, my heart hammering. As I did, my foot came down on something that cracked softly. I looked down and saw a twig, freshly broken, pale against the dark soil. The break was clean, recent. I stared at it longer than made sense, a cold realization creeping in. I hadn't heard it snap. I stood there, light trembling in my hand, and tried to reconstruct my movements. Tried to impose logic. I told myself I was tired. I told myself night makes fools of everyone. But the forest didn't respond to reassurance. It just waited. The air felt thicker, harder to draw into my lungs, and a faint pressure built behind my ears, like a change in altitude. Somewhere to my left, I thought I heard footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, and they stopped when I stopped breathing. I held still, counting my heartbeats, listening past the rush of blood in my head. The sound didn't come again, but the feeling of being observed settled over me like a weight. I became acutely aware of my own outline, the way my light announced me to everything around. I made a decision then, not a good one, but the only one I felt capable of. I chose a direction and started walking, keeping my steps measured, my light steady. I told myself that as long as I kept moving, the trail would eventually remember me. I don't know how long I walked before I noticed. The forest had begun to repeat itself. At first it was subtle. A cluster of 3 birch trees standing too close together. A fallen log split cleanly down the middle, its pale interior catching the edge of my headlamp. Then, minutes later, the same arrangement appeared again. Same angle, same split. Same lichen pattern like a smear of dried paint. I stopped and turned slowly, scanning the ground, the trunks, the spaces between them. The soil beneath my boots showed no footprints ahead of me. None behind me either. That should have been impossible. I forced myself to keep breathing evenly. Panic wastes energy. Panic makes noise. I told myself there were rational explanations for everything. I told myself I was circling without realizing it. I adjusted my bearing, picked a point in the distance, and walked toward it with stubborn focus. My legs began to ache, a dull burn creeping into my calves, but the forest never opened up. The light from my headlamp seemed to be swallowed faster now, like the darkness was pushing back. The silence was wrong in a way I didn't have words for yet. It wasn't just quiet. It was uniform. No wind through the leaves. No insects rising with the night. Even my footsteps sounded muted, as if the ground was absorbing them on purpose. I stopped again, listening hard, and felt a faint vibration through the soles of my boots. Not sound. Pressure. Like standing near heavy machinery you couldn't hear. That was when I smelled smoke. It was faint, almost imagined, but distinct enough to make my chest tighten with hope. Smoke meant people. Campfire. Ranger station. Something normal. I turned toward it immediately, moving faster now, careless again, branches slapping against my arms. The smell grew stronger, then weaker, then vanished entirely, leaving only damp earth and rot behind. I stopped, heart racing, and realized I hadn't heard my own breathing for several seconds. I forced a deep inhale. The air felt cold and stale going in, like it had been sitting too long. I checked my phone for the first time since stepping off the trail. No signal, which I expected, but the time made my stomach drop. It was later than it should have been. Much later. I tried to retrace my steps mentally, to account for the hours, but my memory felt slippery. Moments blurred together. Walking, stopping, listening, turning, always turning. I called out again, louder this time, my voice cracking despite my effort to keep it steady. My name echoed once, faint and distorted, then cut off abruptly, like someone had closed a door on it. The sudden absence of sound made my ears ring. I lowered my light instinctively, scanning the ground, and froze. There were footprints ahead of me. They were mine. The tread pattern was unmistakable, pressed clearly into the soft soil, heading in the same direction I was facing. I followed them with my light, heart pounding, until they disappeared abruptly, as if whoever made them had simply ceased to exist mid-step. I turned around slowly, dread pooling in my stomach, and saw another set behind me, identical, leading away. I stood between them, unable to move, caught in a corridor of my own passage. The realization settled heavily. I had been here before, maybe more than once. The forest hadn't changed. I had. A sound broke the stillness then. Not footsteps. Not quite. It was a low rustling, like fabric brushing against bark, moving just beyond the reach of my headlamp. I swung the light toward it, pulse hammering, but the beam found only trunks and shadow. The sound stopped immediately. "Hello," I said, hating how small my voice sounded. Something answered. It wasn't a voice. It was the shape of one. A pattern of sound that rose and fell like speech without forming words. It came from everywhere at once, seeping through the trees, vibrating faintly in my chest. I felt it more than I heard it. My teeth buzzed. The sound lasted only a few seconds, but when it stopped, the silence that followed felt heavier than before, like a held breath that refused to be released. I realized then that the forest wasn't empty. I backed away slowly, careful not to break any more twigs, my light fixed ahead of me. The pressure behind my ears intensified, and with it came a strange, intrusive thought that I was out of place, not lost. Rejected. Like a key that fit once and now didn't. The trail hadn't vanished. It had closed. As I moved, the ground began to slope downward, subtly at first, then more steeply. The soil grew looser, sliding under my boots, forcing me to slow. The smell changed again, sharper now, tinged with something sour and animal. My mouth filled with saliva, nausea rising. I became acutely aware of the darkness above me, the way the trees seemed to lean inward, narrowing my field of vision. At the bottom of the slope, my light caught something reflective. I approached cautiously and found a strip of trail marker, tape tied around a low branch. Bright. New. The kind used by maintenance crews. Relief surged again, fragile and desperate. Someone had been here recently. Someone else had noticed something wrong. I followed the tape, my steps quickening despite myself. It led me through a narrow corridor between closely packed trees, the air growing colder with each step. My breath fogged in front of me now. The tape ended abruptly, the loose end fluttering slightly despite the still air. Beyond it was a trail, a real one. Packed earth, clear edges. Familiar with. I almost laughed, the sound bubbling up uncontrollably. I stepped forward without thinking, my boot landing squarely on the tread. The moment my foot touched it, the pressure vanished. Sound rushed back in all at once. Wind sighed through the leaves. An insect chirped somewhere close. The forest exhaled. I stood there, shaking, letting the normal noises wash over me, tears stinging my eyes from the sudden release of tension. I told myself it was over. I told myself the worst was behind me. Then I noticed the trail was heading uphill. The parking lot was downhill. I turned slowly, dread returning in a cold wave, and saw the trail stretching behind me into darkness. It looked right, perfect, even. But something about it felt wrong, like a reflection that didn't quite match. I crouched and pressed my hand into the dirt. It was warm. I straightened, heart racing, and became aware of something else. The forest around the trail felt closer now, more attentive. The pressure behind my ears began to return, faint but unmistakable. I understood then that the trail hadn't led me out. It had accepted me back under new conditions. I stood there for a long time, one hand still pressed into the dirt, waiting for it to cool beneath my palm. It didn't. The warmth wasn't the kind left by sunlight or friction. It felt active, like a body retaining heat, after something living had passed through. I wiped my hand on my pants and listened. The forest sounded normal again, but now that normal felt staged, like noise put back in the wrong places. I told myself to follow the trail anyway. A trail, even a wrong one, was better than nothing. I adjusted my pack straps and started uphill, keeping my pace steady, my breathing controlled. I counted steps in my head, an old trick to stay focused. Every 100 steps, I stopped and checked behind me. My footprints were there at first. Clear. Familiar. After a while, they weren't. The tread behind me smoothed itself out in a way that made my skin crawl. Not instantly. Gradually. As if time was moving faster in my wake, erasing evidence. I watched it happen once, stopping mid-step and shining my light backward. The edges of my last footprint softened, slumped inward, and then vanished into undisturbed soil. I moved again before I could think too hard about what that meant. The trail began to curve in on itself. Not sharply. Just enough that I could never see very far ahead. The beam of my headlamp always ended in shadow. The path slipping away, like something being pulled just out of reach. I felt a growing certainty that if I stopped for too long, the trail would continue without me. That thought pushed me forward even as my legs grew heavy. Fatigue crept in, deep and sudden, like I'd been awake for days instead of hours. My thoughts slowed. Simple decisions felt complicated. More than once, I caught myself drifting toward the edge of the trail, feet angling toward the trees without any conscious intent. Each time, a spike of fear snapped me back. I started talking to myself then, quietly, naming things I could see, describing actions as I did them. It helped anchor me. The sound of my own voice felt thin but real, a thread I could hold on to. The forest didn't respond, but I sensed it listening, the way you sense someone standing just behind you without hearing them breathe. At some point, I realized the trail markers were wrong. They were there, spaced regularly, but they didn't match the system I knew. Colors shifted slightly from one to the next. Shapes varied in small, inconsistent ways. One blaze was painted on the inside of a bend, where no hiker would need guidance. Another sat so high it would be invisible in daylight, unless you were specifically looking up. They felt less like directions and more like boundaries. The smell returned as the night deepened. Not smoke this time, something drier. Dust and old wood and a faint chemical edge, that reminded me of abandoned buildings. The air grew colder again, breath fogging thickly now. And with it came that pressure, steady and insistent, like a hand resting against the back of my skull. I began to hear it then. My footsteps were no longer alone. They didn't echo me exactly. They lagged behind by half a second, just enough to make them noticeable. When I slowed, they slowed. When I stopped, they took one more step and then froze. I didn't turn around. I knew better than that. The trail felt narrower now, the trees crowding close, bark pale in my light like exposed bone. Go back. A thought surfaced, unbidden and urgent. Not a voice, just a directive, sharp and clear. My chest tightened. Go back where? Off the trail again. Into the place that didn't recognize me at all. I kept moving, tears blurring my vision, my breath coming in ragged bursts. The trail dipped suddenly, leveling out into a small clearing. My light swept across it and caught something that made my heart leap painfully. A wooden sign. Official, weathered but intact, the lettering was familiar. The name of the trailhead parking lot burned into my memory from the map I'd studied earlier that day. Relief hit me so hard I had to brace myself against a tree. I laughed, a broken sound, and staggered toward the sign. As I got closer, the letters began to look wrong. Not misspelled. Just off. The spacing uneven. The arrows pointing in slightly contradictory directions. I stood in front of it, breathing hard, and noticed something carved into the post beneath the sign. A series of shallow marks, overlapping and messy. At first I thought they were initials. Then I recognized the pattern of frantic scratches, the kind made by fingernails digging into wood. I stepped back slowly. That was when the footsteps behind me moved again. Closer now. Too close. I felt the vibration of them through the ground, through my bones. The pressure behind my ears spiked, pain blooming sharp and white. The thought returned, stronger this time. Stay on the trail. The trail knows where you belong. I broke then. I turned and ran. Branches whipped at my face as the trail twisted wildly, no longer pretending at gentle curves. My headlamp bounced. Shadows lunging and retreating with each stride. The sound behind me surged, no longer bothering to stay quiet. It wasn't chasing. It was accompanying, matching my pace effortlessly. The trail pitched downward hard, and I nearly lost my footing, skidding on loose dirt. Ahead, through the trees, I saw a familiar shape. Asphalt, reflective paint. A parking lot. I screamed as I ran, a raw, animal sound, and burst out of the trees onto the cracked pavement. My car sat exactly where I'd left it, silver body dull in the dim light. I collapsed against the hood, sobbing, the cold metal grounding me in a way nothing else had all night. The forest stopped at the edge of the lot. Not physically. Visually. The trees stood there, dark and silent, but the sense of pressure vanished abruptly, like crossing a threshold. I waited for something to follow me out. Nothing did. The night sounds continued as if nothing unusual had happened at all. I got into my car and locked the doors. My hands shook so badly, it took me 3 tries to start the engine. The headlights cut into the forest, illuminating the trail entrance. The sign stood there, normal now, letters crisp and correct. Except for one thing. Where the trail met the lot, the dirt was smooth and unbroken. No footprints, not even mine. It looked like no one had used it in a very long time. I drove away without looking back again. I made it home before dawn. I showered until the water ran cold. I sat on my bed and waited for the feeling to fade. It hasn't. When I close my eyes, I can still feel that warmth beneath my hand. That sense of being evaluated, measured, found wanting. I know what I did wrong. I didn't get lost. I stepped away, and when I came back, I wasn't what the trail expected anymore. My name is Evan Pierce, and I want to be precise about when things first felt wrong, because the moment matters more than anything that came after. It was just past dusk when the forest smell changed. Not gradually. Not in a way I could explain off as damp leaves or cold air settling in. It flipped like a switch. One breath tasted normal. Pine, soil, a hint of rot. And the next carried something metallic and cold, sharp at the back of my tongue. It reminded me of pennies held too long in a clenched fist, or the air near a winter generator. Except there was no machine anywhere near me. The trail was empty, the trees tall and close, and the light was draining out of a sky faster than I expected. I stopped walking because my body stopped me. Not fear exactly. More like resistance. Every instinct I had said to turn around, to move, to put distance between myself and whatever had changed. But when I tried to pick a direction, my thoughts slid off it. Forward felt wrong. Back felt worse. Even stepping off the trail to the side felt like pushing against pressure, like trying to walk into deep water without seeing the surface. I checked my watch. Still early enough to hike out. I'd planned a short evening loop, nothing technical, something familiar enough that I hadn't bothered telling anyone exactly when I'd be back. That detail would circle in my head later, but at the time it didn't matter. I told myself smells shift. Forests do that. Temperature drops, wind changes, your brain fills in blanks. I took another step, and the crunch of gravel under my boot sounded too loud, like it didn't belong to me. The light thinned until the trail ahead poured out of shadow instead of dirt. I switched on my headlamp. The beam caught tree trunks and low branches, and everything beyond it collapsed into black. The smell stayed. Metallic. Clean and dirty at the same time. It made my chest feel tight, like I was breathing air that had already been used. As I walked, I noticed the quiet. Forests at night aren't silent. They settle, sure, but there's always something. Wind through needles, insects. Small movements you don't see. Here, the quiet felt organized. My footsteps landed inside it instead of on top of it. Swallowed whole after each step, I told myself to keep moving. Stopping too long is how panic starts. I counted my steps, then stopped counting because the numbers felt slippery. The trail marker I expected at the bend wasn't there. I slowed, scanning the trees, then found it farther down than it should have been. Hidden, tilted like it had been nudged aside. I don't remember it being tilted before. The smell intensified near the marker. I leaned closer without meaning to, then caught myself, heart pounding, and stepped back. The air felt colder there, denser, like standing in a shallow depression even though the ground was level. My headlamp flickered once. Just once. Enough to make my stomach drop. I thought about turning around again, but when I looked back, the trail behind me didn't look familiar. Not different enough to call impossible. Just off. The curve was shallower. The trees stood closer together. I told myself it was the dark playing tricks. But my feet stayed planted, heavy, like the ground had increased its grip. I started hearing things then. Not voices, not footsteps. Pressure changes. A faint, almost inaudible shift in the air. Like someone moving just out of sight without touching anything. When I stopped, it stopped. When I moved, it resumed. That pattern felt deliberate. and the idea settled into me slowly, cold and unwelcome. I checked my phone. No signal, which wasn't surprising, but the screen dimmed faster than usual, like the cold was draining it. I took a photo of the trail marker without knowing why. Proof, maybe. Something solid. When I looked at the image, the marker was there, but the trees behind it were blurred, smeared into vertical streaks like the camera hadn't known where to focus. I laughed once, sharp and short, the sound foreign in my own ears. That helped for about 2 seconds. Then the smell changed again, deeper now, like iron left in snow. My mouth filled with saliva. My hands felt slick inside my gloves. I told myself to pick a direction and commit. Standing still was making everything worse. I chose forward, because at least it was honest about being wrong. Each step felt like a decision I wouldn't be able to undo. The trail narrowed, not visibly, but in how it felt underfoot, as if my boots were landing closer together without me changing my stride. The forest pressed in, not moving, just present. I caught myself whispering, promising nothing in particular to no one at all, just to keep my breathing steady. My headlamp beam wavered across the trees, and for a moment, I thought I saw something reflective between the trunks, low to the ground. Then it was gone. I told myself it was moisture. I told myself a lot of things. Time stretched. My watch said minutes had passed, but my body insisted it had been longer. The smell was everywhere now, inside my clothes, my hair, my lungs. It felt invasive, like something marking me. I tried to picture the parking lot, my car, the normal smell of upholstery and old coffee, and the image wouldn't hold. I stopped again, chest heaving, and said out loud that I was leaving. The words sounded thin. The forest didn't react. That somehow made it worse. As I stood there, alone in the headlamp's narrow circle, I had the clear, unsettling thought that if I didn't pay attention, if I didn't remember every detail of this night, it would slide away from me. Like it had already happened to others. Like the only way to push back was to notice, to record, to tell it straight later so someone else might recognize the signs. The smell. The quiet. The way every direction feels wrong at the same time. I took a breath that tasted like cold metal and stepped forward, telling myself that if I made it out, I'd put this somewhere people could see it. Ask if anyone else had felt this in the woods. If anyone else had walked into a night that didn't seem to want witnesses. I don't know exactly when the forest stopped feeling like a place I was moving through and started feeling like something I was inside of. The shift wasn't dramatic. There was no clear moment I could point to later and say, this is where it happened. It was more like realizing you've been holding your breath without noticing when you started. The trail kept going, but it lost any sense of intention. The ground under my boots stayed firm, the path still technically visible in my headlamp beam. Yet each step felt provisional, like it might be the last one that existed. The smell clung to me now, heavy and unavoidable. Metallic wasn't enough to describe it anymore. It had a sterile edge, cold and sharp, mixed with something organic that made my stomach turn, like blood cleaned with snow. I tried to regulate my breathing. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Slow, controlled. Panic wastes energy. That was a rule I'd learned early. And I clung to it because rules imply structure, and structure felt dangerously absent. My pulse still thudded in my ears, loud enough that it seemed to echo off the trees. The quiet deepened. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It felt compressed, like the air itself was thicker, absorbing noise before it could travel. When I brushed past a low branch, the scrape of needles against my jacket sounded dull, muted, as if heard underwater. Even my own footsteps seemed to lag, the sound arriving a fraction of a second later than it should have. I checked behind me again. The trail was there, but it didn't line up with my memory. The spacing between trees felt wrong. Not rearranged, just subtly mismeasured, like someone had recreated it from description instead of experience. I took 2 steps backward, then 1 forward, testing it, and an unease settled deep in my gut. The backward steps felt heavier, resisted, while the forward step came too easily. I didn't like what that implied. I forced myself to keep moving forward, but slower now, deliberate. I watched the ground carefully, noting stones, roots, patches of exposed soil. I needed landmarks, even small ones, proof that I was progressing through space instead of looping inside it. After a few minutes, I realized I hadn't seen any new rocks. The same cluster of pale stones appeared again under my light, arranged just like before. I stopped dead. The rational explanation came fast. Trails curve, headlamps distort depth. Stress messes with perception. I crouched and touched one of the stones. It was cold, damp, real. I scraped a shallow mark in the dirt beside it with my boot, then stood and walked on, counting steps under my breath. 100 steps later, the marked stone reappeared. My throat tightened. I stared at the scuffed dirt, the unmistakable line my boot had left. My mind raced through possibilities. I'd turned around without realizing. I'd drifted in a circle. The trail looped back on itself. Each explanation felt thinner than the last, but I grabbed onto them anyway because the alternative was unthinkable. I adjusted my course slightly, stepping off the trail to the right, pushing through brush that snagged my pants and scratched my hands. The resistance felt reassuring. Resistance meant boundaries. I moved until the trail was no longer visible, then angled forward again, heart hammering. The smell followed. It didn't intensify or fade. It stayed constant, like a baseline I couldn't escape. My headlamp beam caught something ahead, another trail marker identical to the last. Same tilt, same weathering. I stood there, staring at it, trying to convince myself I was mistaken. When I reached out and touched it, the wood felt colder than it should have been, almost numbingly so. I laughed again, a brittle sound that cracked half my through. I told myself out loud that I was tired, that fatigue does strange things, that people get disoriented in familiar places all the time. Hearing my voice helped, but only briefly. The forest swallowed it immediately, leaving no echo behind. I became acutely aware of my body, the weight of my pack on my shoulders, the tightness in my calves, the faint tremor in my hands. All normal signs of exertion, except the cold felt deeper than the temperature warranted, seeping inward rather than sitting on my skin. My fingers ached inside my gloves. When I flexed them, the motion felt sluggish, delayed. I checked my watch again. It had advanced, but the time meant nothing. Night pressed in from all sides, uniform and endless. I tried to remember the moon phase, how much natural light I should expect, but the canopy blocked everything. The sky might as well not have existed. A sound reached me then. Not close, not far. A faint disturbance, like leaves settling, but too rhythmic. I froze, heart pounding, and the sound stopped instantly. I waited, barely breathing. After several seconds it resumed, matching my movements when I shifted my weight. Stop when I stopped, go when I went. That understanding landed slowly, heavily. I didn't run. Running felt like surrendering control. Instead, I walked, carefully, listening. The sound stayed just outside my headlamp beam, never resolving into anything specific. No footsteps, no snapping branches, just displacement, presence without form. The trail narrowed again, or maybe my perception did. The trees seemed closer, their trunks forming a corridor that funneled me forward. I brushed my hand against bark and felt a faint vibration, subtle enough that I might have imagined it. I pulled my hand back quickly, pulse spiking. I started cataloging details obsessively. The way the smell spiked near markers. The way sound behaved. The ease of moving forward versus the resistance of turning back. Patterns meant predictability, and predictability meant survival. I told myself that over and over. At some point, exhaustion crept in, heavy and seductive. My thoughts slowed. The forest felt less hostile in those moments, almost neutral. I caught myself thinking that maybe I was overreacting, that if I just sat down for a minute, things would sort themselves out. The idea felt comforting, dangerously so. That scared me more than anything else. I forced myself to keep moving, even as my legs protested and my head swam. I focused on the sound of my breathing, the swing of the light, the feel of the ground. Anything to stay anchored. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a grim resolve took shape. If I was going to get out of this, I needed to remember everything. The sensations, the misalignments, the way the forest seemed to respond. Because whatever this was, it didn't feel accidental. And I had the growing, terrible sense that it was waiting to see what I would do next. The idea of sitting down didn't leave me alone after that. It followed me like a shadow that only appeared when I stopped looking directly at it. Every few steps, my body suggested rest in a voice that sounded practical, reasonable. Knees aching, breath ragged. You can think better if you stop moving. Each time, I answered it by walking faster, even when my legs burned and my balance felt slightly off, like the ground was subtly sloped no matter where I stepped. The sound stayed with me. That careful displacement just beyond the light. I tried a test. I stopped suddenly, holding my breath. The forest locked in place with me. No settling. No after noise. When I took one cautious step, the sound returned, perfectly synchronized. I didn't need to see anything to know I wasn't alone. The smell thickened again, but differently now. Less sharp. Heavier. It reminded me of cold iron left in water, the way it stains everything around it. My headlamp beam started catching particles in the air. Mist, maybe, or condensation. But they didn't move the way fog should. They hung there, motionless, until I passed through them, then vanished. I realized I hadn't checked my phone in a while. The thought of the screen lighting up felt comforting, a clean rectangle of certainty. When I pulled it out, my fingers fumbled clumsily, like they didn't quite belong to me anymore. The screen came on, dim and sluggish. Battery nearly gone. No signal. I opened the Notes app and started typing, not because I thought anyone would read it soon, but because the act of recording felt like resistance. Metallic smell present throughout. Sound mirrors movement. Trail markers repeat. Movement forward easier than back. The words looked flat and unreal on the screen, but seeing them written grounded me. I added a time stamp, even though I didn't trust it. I added my location as best I could, though it felt like guessing. As I put the phone away, the forest seemed to lean closer. The corridor of trees narrowed until branches brushed my shoulders. I ducked instinctively. my pack snagging on something unseen. When I twisted to free it, the resistance tightened, firm but not sharp, like hands without fingers. Panic surged, hot and immediate. I yanked hard, tearing fabric, and stumbled forward, gasping. The sound behind me surged, no longer subtle. Still not footsteps. More like pressure being displaced in volume. I didn't look back. I couldn't shake the certainty that if I did, the trail would finalize whatever it was becoming. My headlamp flickered again, longer this time. The darkness rushed in, close enough to feel, before the light steadied. When it did, the trail ahead was different. No gradual change. Just different. Wider. The ground looked packed and smooth, almost groomed. The smell faded slightly, enough to make my head swim with relief. That relief was wrong. I slowed, scanning for markers, for the familiar tilt, for anything to anchor me. The forest here felt quieter in a new way, not compressed but hollow. My footsteps echoed faintly, as if the space around me were larger than it should have been. The sound behind me was gone. I should have felt safer. Instead, a cold certainty settled in my chest. Whatever had been pacing me no longer needed to. Ahead, the darkness thinned. Not light exactly, but openness. I broke into a jog, then a run, breath tearing out of me in sharp bursts. The trail opened into the parking lot, like a memory snapping back into focus. My car sat where I'd left it, a familiar shape under the pale wash of moonlight I hadn't seen all night. I stopped at the edge of the trees, chest heaving, and listened. Normal night sounds drifted in, distant wind, a faint insect call. The smell was gone. The forest looked like a forest again. I crossed the lot quickly, unlocking my car with shaking hands. The interior smelled like dust and old coffee, so ordinary it nearly made me cry. I slammed the door and sat there for a long moment, forehead pressed to the steering wheel, breathing until the shaking eased. When I finally looked up, I noticed the dirt on my boots. Dark. Rust-colored. I rubbed it between my fingers. It smelled faintly metallic. I drove out without looking back. Headlights carving a tunnel through the trees. The road felt unreal, too straight, too cooperative. When I reached cell service, my phone buzzed weakly as notifications flooded in. I pulled over and checked my notes. The entry was still there, but the time stamp was wrong. Hours earlier than it should have been. I made it home before dawn. I showered until the water ran cold, scrubbing at my skin, my hair, my clothes. But the memory of the smell lingered in my nose, impossible to wash away. Sleep didn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the ground resisting my steps. The way forward had been offered too easily. I'm writing this now because silence feels dangerous. Because I know how thin the line was between walking out and sitting down. Because I can't shake the feeling that what let me leave did so on purpose. I keep thinking about patterns, about how often people vanish in places, just like that, about how many of them probably noticed the same small, wrong details and dismissed them. If you've felt something like this in the woods, if you've noticed a smell that didn't belong, a quiet that pressed too close, a trail that seemed to decide things for you, don't brush it off. Say it out loud. Write it down. Share it where others can see it. The only thing that feels certain now is that these places don't want witnesses, and the only way to push back is to compare notes, to keep telling the stories, and to stay alert to the signs before the forest decides you're done leaving. My name is Logan Shepard, and I didn't realize how wrong the map was until the ground began to disagree with it. I started the hike late in the afternoon, later than I should have, but still early enough that I wasn't worried. The trailhead sign was clean. The parking lot had 3 other cars, and the printed topo map in my pocket matched what my GPS showed. Gentle elevation changes. Rolling terrain. Nothing dramatic. I remember thinking it would be an easy overnight loop, a quiet reset before heading back to work. By the time the sun slipped behind the ridgeline, I was already deeper in the forest than planned. Not lost, just slower. The trail felt longer than it should have, like every straightaway stretched a few extra yards when I wasn't paying attention. I blamed fatigue, blamed the pack, blamed the fading light. I checked the map again as dusk thickened between the trees. According to it, I should have been walking a shallow downhill grade. My calves told me otherwise. The ground climbed in short, stubborn rises that forced my breathing, louder than the forest around me. I stopped, hands on my knees, and looked back the way I'd come. The trail dipped gently behind me, exactly like the map said it should ahead. I turned forward again. The rise was still there. I laughed once, quietly, because it felt ridiculous. Hills don't move. Perception does. Low light, uneven footing, tired legs. All of that made sense. I kept walking. Night settled fast. Not the gradual dimming I expected, but a firm closing, like a door being pulled shut. The forest smelled sharper, after dark. Damp earth and cold stone, with a faint metallic edge that caught in the back of my throat. My headlamp carved a narrow tunnel through the trees. Outside that beam, everything pressed in close and watchful. The trail marker appeared sooner than I expected, nailed to a pine at chest height. I recognized the number. According to the map, this was the highest point on the loop. From here on, it should have been an easy descent to my planned campsite. I felt relief loosen my shoulders. I hadn't realized how tense I was until that moment. The ground ahead dropped away. I took 3 steps downhill before stopping. The slope was steep enough that I leaned back slightly to keep my balance. Gravel skittered under my boots and disappeared into the dark. I lifted my head to get a better look, sweeping the beam forward. The hill wasn't there anymore. The ground leveled out abruptly, stretching flat and unbroken into the trees. No slope, no drop. Just the trail, smooth and ordinary, as if I'd imagined the incline entirely. I stood still, listening. Not silent exactly, but muted, like sound had been wrapped in thick cloth. No insects, no wind. Even my breathing felt intrusive, too loud in the small space around me. I stepped forward again. The slope returned beneath my feet immediately, as real as before. My stomach tightened. I tried something stupid then. I looked down at my boots and walked 5 steps without lifting my gaze. The ground stayed level. When I looked up, the hill rose in front of me again, sharp and undeniable. I didn't like that. I told myself I was misjudging distance, depth perception failing under artificial light. I angled my headlamp off to the side, trying to catch shadows that would explain it. The shadows didn't behave. They slid the wrong way, stretching uphill where they should have fallen back, pulling forward when I moved. I could feel a pressure behind my eyes, a dull ache building as I tried to reconcile what I was seeing. I checked the map again, fingers clumsy in the cold. The contour lines were clear, consistent. The elevation drop was printed right there. I traced it with my thumb, grounding myself in something solid and familiar. When I looked up, The hill was gone. I felt the first real edge of panic then, a thin, careful blade sliding under my ribs. I forced myself to breathe slowly. Panic makes you stupid. Panic makes you run. I wasn't going to do either. I turned around to retrace my steps. Behind me, the trail rose gently uphill, exactly as it had earlier. No sudden slope, no strange angles. Just a mild climb back toward the marker I'd passed. I walked 10 steps back, then stopped and turned again. The hill was back in front of me. Steeper now, rising higher than before. My light couldn't find the top of it. The beam vanished into darkness halfway up, swallowed by the slope. A sound reached me then, faint and distant. Not an animal. Just the soft, rhythmic crunch of something moving over gravel. Slow, deliberate. Coming from somewhere ahead, somewhere up that impossible incline. I shut off my headlamp. The darkness rushed in so fast it made me dizzy. Without the light, the forest felt closer, heavier. I stood perfectly still, counting my breaths, listening. The sound stopped. After a long moment, I turned the light back on. The hill was gone again. I don't know how long I stood there, turning in small circles, checking the ground in every direction. The terrain changed only when I wasn't looking directly at it, shifting subtly, inconsistently, like a bad reflection. Every time I tried to fix it in place with my eyes, it behaved. The moment my attention drifted, it didn't. I decided to camp where I was. It wasn't ideal. The ground was uneven, roots pushing up under the soil, but I needed to stop moving. Movement felt like participation, like agreeing to something I didn't understand. I cleared a small patch, hands shaking as I worked, and set up my tent with more care than usual, double-checking every stake. While I worked, I kept my eyes on the ground. The hill didn't come back. Inside the tent, the air felt thin and stale. I sat with my back against my pack, knees drawn up, headlamp off. The darkness pressed close, but it was better than watching the world rearrange itself. That was when I felt it shift beneath me. Not a slide, not a collapse, just a slow, gentle change in angle, like the ground was taking a breath. My stomach lurched as the floor tilted forward by a few degrees. I pressed my palm flat against the earth. It felt solid, cold, real. Outside the tent, something crunched softly on gravel, one step at a time, climbing a hill that shouldn't have been there. I didn't move for a long time after that last sound. I kept my hand pressed to the ground inside the tent, as if I could feel the forest through the thin fabric, waiting for another shift. Nothing happened. The earth stayed angled, just enough that I had to brace myself with my boots to keep from sliding forward. I told myself it was my imagination, a trick of balance after a long day. I forced my breathing slow and steady, counting the seconds between inhales. When my heart finally stopped hammering, I reached out and adjusted the tent floor, smoothing wrinkles that didn't matter. The slope didn't change. I turned my head slightly, careful not to move my eyes too much, and listened. The forest was wrong in a new way now. It wasn't just quiet. It felt emptied, like something had passed through and taken the smaller sounds with it. No leaves shifting. No distant water. Even the constant background hiss I'd grown used to on other trips was gone. I clicked my headlamp on, keeping the beam low and fixed on the tent wall. The light made the fabric glow a dull yellow, close and claustrophobic. I didn't want to look outside yet. I wasn't ready to see what the ground was doing when I acknowledged it. The crunching sound came again, closer this time. One step, a poly step, always uphill, wherever uphill was supposed to be now. I swallowed and slowly raised the beam toward the tent door. The zipper reflected the light back at me, bright and sharp. I stared at it, willing myself to stay calm, to think through this like a rational person. Animals move at night. Rocks shift. Sound travels strangely in the dark. All of that was true. None of it explained the map. I reached forward and unzipped the tent, just enough to slip my headlamp through. Cold air spilled in, carrying that metallic smell again, stronger now. The beam cut across the ground immediately outside. The hill was there. It rose directly in front of my campsite, steep and bare, like the forest floor had been peeled back to expose raw earth and stone. It climbed higher than before, angling sharply enough that I couldn't imagine standing on it, let alone walking. Loose gravel trickled down its face in slow, lazy lines, clicking softly as it settled. I felt a tightness in my chest that had nothing to do with the cold. I swung the beam slightly to the left, then the right. Trees clung to the slope at impossible angles, trunks bent subtly uphill, their roots exposed and gripping the dirt like fingers. The trail was gone entirely, erased as cleanly as if it had never existed. The crunching sound stopped. I waited, muscles locked, listening so hard my ears rang. When nothing happened, I pushed the zipper a little farther and leaned out. The moment I shifted my weight, the ground moved with me. Not sliding, not collapsing. Adjusting. The angle lessened just enough that I could kneel without falling forward. It was like the hill was responding, negotiating. That thought sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I pulled back into the tent and zipped it shut, hands clumsy and cold. The floor tilted again as soon as I settled, restoring the steeper angle. I shut off the light and sat in the dark, heart racing. Time stretched thin. Minutes felt long and unreal. I checked my watch by feel. Lifting it close to my face and turning the backlight on under my jacket to keep the glow contained. It was just past midnight. I'd been in the tent for less than an hour. Something brushed the outside of the tent. I froze. The fabric shifted slightly near my shoulder. A light, careful contact, like a hand testing thickness. I held my breath, every nerve screaming. The brush came again, followed by a faint scraping sound as whatever it was moved along the side uphill. I wanted to shout, to make noise, to assert myself in the dark. The instinct felt dangerous, like stepping onto unstable ice. Instead, I listened. The steps resumed, slow and deliberate, circling the tent. Always uphill. No matter which direction the sound came from, it was climbing. I tried to track it, turning my head, but the slope inside the tent never changed. Forward stayed forward. Downhill stayed behind me. The circling stopped directly in front of the tent door. I could feel the presence there, close enough that the air seemed thicker. The smell intensified, sharp and cold. Gravel crunched once, as if something had shifted its weight. Then it began to descend. The sound moved away from me, step by step, fading as it went. The pressure in my ears eased slightly. I waited until the forest felt marginally less heavy before turning the headlamp back on. The tent floor was level. I blinked, disoriented, and pressed my palm down again. Flat. Solid. No to it at all. I unzipped the tent and looked out. The hill was gone. The trail lay ahead of me, gently sloping down, exactly as the map said it should. Trees stood straight and ordinary. Roots were buried where they belonged. The forest looked almost inviting in the soft spill of my light. I laughed, a short, shaky sound that surprised me. Relief flooded through my limbs, leaving them weak. I told myself I'd had a panic episode, a hypnagogic hallucination brought on by exhaustion and darkness. People experience stranger things under stress. I stepped out of the tent. The ground held firm beneath my boots. No shifting. No adjustment. I walked a few paces forward, then stopped and turned back. Behind me, the campsite sloped gently upward, a mild rise I hadn't noticed before. The tent sat at a slight angle, its far end lower than the door. It hadn't been like that when I set it up. I felt the relief drain away. I walked back to the tent and crouched, adjusting one of the stakes to even it out. The moment I straightened, the ground shifted again, undoing my work with a subtle tilt. Not dramatic, just enough to be undeniable. I tried once more, then a third time. Each adjustment followed by the same quiet correction. The forest wasn't allowing level ground anymore. The crunching sound came back, farther away now, moving uphill somewhere beyond the trees. It was steady and patient, as if it had all night. I crawled back into the tent and zipped it shut, leaving the slope alone. The headlamp stayed off. I didn't want to see what the ground did when I acknowledged it. Lying there, angled forward, I began to understand something I hadn't wanted to admit. The map wasn't wrong. It was honest in a way the ground wasn't. The elevation changes existed. They just weren't fixed. They depended on attention. As long as I looked, the forest behaved. When I stopped looking, it rearranged itself, lifting and lowering the land like a slow, breathing thing. Hills rose where they were useful. Paths vanished when they weren't. Outside, something climbed higher, step by careful step. And I realized with a sick certainty that it wasn't circling anymore. It was waiting for me to sleep. I didn't sleep. I lay there with my body angled forward, knees braced against the tent wall, every muscle tight enough to ache. Each time my eyelids drifted shut, the sensation of falling jolted them open again. The ground stayed sloped, unchanging, as if daring me to relax. Time lost its shape. My watch glowed briefly when I checked it, the numbers slipping past without meaning. 1:30. Then 2 something. The forest never shifted tone. It stayed hushed and dense, pressing inward with the same weight, the same expectation. The crunching resumed sometime after that. It started far away, higher than before. I could tell because the sound was thinner, stretched by distance and elevation. Step, pause, step. Always deliberate. Never hurried. It didn't circle this time. It moved laterally, as if pacing along a ridge I couldn't see. I pictured the map in my head, the neat contour lines looping around invisible hills. I understood then that the elevation wasn't changing randomly. It was being arranged. The forest was shaping itself around where I was, creating gradients that favored something else. The thought made my throat tighten. I stayed still as long as I could. When my legs began to cramp, I shifted slightly, trying to redistribute my weight without lifting my eyes. The ground responded instantly, tilting a fraction more, pushing me forward again. A quiet correction, firm final. The crunching stopped. Silence followed, deeper than before, heavy enough that my ears rang. I waited for the next sound, counting my breaths, but nothing came. No movement, no wind, no distant animal calls. It felt like being suspended between moments, like the forest was holding itself still. Then the tent floor leveled. It happened smoothly, without warning. 1 second I was braced against a slope, the next I was flat on my back, staring up at the dark curve of the tent ceiling. The sudden change made me gasp. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. After a long moment, I reached out and pressed my palm to the ground. Flat. Solid. Normal. My heart hammered in my chest, but beneath it was a flicker of relief I didn't trust. I unzipped the tent slowly and looked out. The forest was different. Not wrong in any obvious way. The trees stood straight. The trail was visible again. A pale ribbon cutting through the undergrowth. But the sense of distance was off. The beam of my headlamp seemed shorter, swallowed by the darkness sooner than it should have been. The air felt thinner, colder. I stepped out. The ground held, no shift, no tilt. I took another step, then another, testing it, watching carefully. The forest stayed put. I didn't know what I was expecting to see, but it wasn't that. The trail ahead sloped upward, not steeply, just enough to notice. According to the map, this section should have been downhill, all the way to the campsite exit. I stood there, staring at the gentle rise, and felt something settle into place in my chest. It wanted me to climb. I turned around, intending to go back into the tent, to wait for morning no matter how long it took. Behind me, the ground dipped slightly, forming a shallow bowl around the campsite. Not dramatic. Just enough that stepping back felt like stepping down into something. I stood between the two gradients, feeling the pull in both directions. Uphill ahead, downhill behind. The space I occupied felt neutral, balanced precariously between them. The crunching sound returned, close now. Very close. It came from uphill. I didn't see anything move, but I felt the presence there, just beyond the reach of my light. The air carried that metallic smell again, sharp enough to sting my nose. Gravel shifted softly, settling under weight. I backed away instinctively, one slow step at a time, keeping my eyes fixed on the slope ahead. The ground behind me dipped further with each step, encouraging the retreat, deepening the hollow around the tent. The crunching followed. I realized then that it wasn't following me in the way an animal would. It wasn't tracking my position. It was maintaining elevation, always staying above me, wherever above happened to be. My heel hit the tent wall. I had nowhere else to go. The ground behind me dropped another inch. The slope ahead rose to compensate. I felt suspended, like the forest had me pinned between opposing forces. I made a decision that still doesn't feel like it was mine. I turned and ran uphill. The ground surged to meet me, steepening with each step, but my legs moved anyway. Driven by a blind need to put distance between myself and that hollow. The trail vanished under my feet, replaced by loose gravel and exposed roots. My breathing tore out of me, loud and ragged in the silent forest. The crunching accelerated behind me. Not running, keeping pace. The hill rose sharply now, forcing me to scramble, hands grabbing at dirt and stone. My headlamp beam shook wildly, revealing nothing solid ahead, just slope and darkness. My calves burned, my lungs screamed. Then, abruptly, the ground leveled. I stumbled forward and nearly fell as the incline disappeared beneath my feet. I caught myself on a tree trunk and stood there, gasping, afraid to look around. When I did, I saw the marker. The same trail marker I'd passed hours ago, nailed to the pine at chest height. The highest point on the loop. According to the map. I laughed, a broken sound that edged toward hysteria. I was back where I'd started. The forest had folded me in on myself, closing the distance like it meant nothing. The crunching stopped directly behind me. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. I understood then what the map had been trying to show me. The elevation changes weren't errors. They were instructions. The forest wasn't moving randomly. It was adjusting to attention, to intent, to resistance. As long as I tried to leave, it would keep me climbing. As long as I stayed aware, it would keep rearranging itself around me. The only stable ground was the one I didn't look at. I shut off my headlamp and sat down at the base of the tree, eyes closed, hands flat on the earth. The darkness pressed in immediately, thick and absolute. I felt the ground settle beneath me, smoothing out, becoming neutral. Behind me, something shifted its weight. I stayed still. I don't know how long I sat there. Minutes, hours. Eventually, the pressure eased. The forest breathed out. When I opened my eyes again, dawn was bleeding faintly into the sky, thinning the darkness enough that shapes returned. The trail sloped gently downward in front of me. I followed it without looking up, without checking the map, without questioning the ground under my feet. I kept my eyes on the space just ahead of my boots, letting the forest decide the rest. When I reached the parking lot, the sun was fully up. I didn't stop walking until the trees were far behind me. I still have the map. The contour lines haven't changed. But sometimes, when I spread it out and stare too long, I feel a subtle pressure behind my eyes, like the ground beneath me is waiting to see what I'll do. I don't hike at night anymore. And I never look at hills unless I absolutely have to. My name is Marcus Fielding, and I've spent most of my adult life in places that don't forgive mistakes easily. I worked seasonal contracts, guiding backcountry hikers, maintaining trails, logging wildlife movement. The kind of work where you learn to listen more than you speak. Forests have patterns. Even when they're hostile, they're consistent. That's what I believed before this night. Before I started thinking that the forest doesn't kill people at all. I think it keeps them. The way a museum keeps exhibits. I entered the forest just before dusk, later than I should have. That was the first compromise. The sky was already draining of color, the blue thinning toward gray, the kind of light that makes distances lie. I wasn't careless. I had my headlamp, spare batteries, GPS, paper map, radio, enough food for 2 days, and a bevy sack in case I had to stop. This wasn't a recreational hike. I was checking a section of trail, after reports of vandalized markers, and one abandoned campsite that didn't line up with any permits. Routine work. Annoying, but routine. The forest smelled cold that night, even before the temperature dropped. There was a dampness in the air that reminded me of old cellars and wet stone. Every sound carried too far. My boots on dirt sounded louder than they should have. When I stopped, the quiet didn't rush back in the way it normally does. It stayed hollow, like a held breath. About a mile in, I noticed the first thing that felt wrong. The trail was intact, but the edges were too clean. No broken twigs, no scuffed leaves, no signs of recent foot traffic. It looked preserved, like a display path behind velvet ropes. I told myself it was just a lightly used section and kept moving. I logged the observation on my recorder, my voice steady, professional. As the light faded, my headlamp became the only source of definition. The beam carved out a narrow tunnel through the trees. Outside it, everything flattened into black shapes. I could hear water somewhere to my left, a creek or runoff, steady and patient. The air pressure felt heavier, like an incoming storm, but the sky above the canopy was clear. No wind, no insects. That bothered me more than it should have. I reached the abandoned campsite around full dark. The fire ring was cold and clean, no ash, no charcoal, just stones arranged too neatly. A tent footprint was visible in the dirt, sharply defined, as if it had been pressed there and then carefully lifted away. No trash, no gear, no drag marks. It looked less like a campsite and more like a diagram of one. I stood there longer than I meant to, scanning the perimeter, listening. The forest did not respond to my presence. It didn't react at all. That's when I noticed the smell change. The damp earth scent gave way to something older. Dusty. Like fabric that hasn't been disturbed in decades. It made my throat tighten. I took a slow breath through my mouth and tasted metal. I radioed in my location and findings. The signal crackled but went through. My supervisor acknowledged, told me to finish the sweep and head back. His voice sounded normal. That helped, a little. I shut off the radio to save battery, and marked the site with flagging tape. The tape fluttered once, then went still, hanging limp despite the open space. On the way back, the trail felt longer. Not steeper or more difficult, just extended, like the distance between steps had increased without my body noticing. My GPS said I was moving at a normal pace. The numbers were fine. The map was fine. My sense of time wasn't. Minutes stretched thin. I checked my watch too often, and each time it felt like it had skipped ahead. Halfway back, I heard footsteps behind me. They weren't rushed. They matched my pace exactly. When I slowed, they slowed. When I stopped, they took one more step, and then stopped too, close enough that I could feel vibration through the ground. I didn't turn around. Predators announce themselves differently. This wasn't that. This was something practicing restraint. I spoke out loud, a ranger habit. Identifying myself, stating my presence, keeping my voice calm. The words sounded wrong in the air, like they didn't belong there. The footsteps did not respond. After a long moment, they resumed when I did, always just behind the edge of my light. I reached a familiar bend in the trail, one I knew the way a large pine leaned over it like a bent spine. The pine was there, but it was smaller, younger, the bark unscarred. The carving I'd seen years ago was gone. My chest tightened. Trees don't get younger. Trails don't reset. The footsteps stopped when I noticed that. I waited, listening, heart pounding hard enough to feel in my ears. The forest remained quiet, but it was a different quiet now. Expectant, like an audience settling in. I continued walking because stopping felt worse. The trail ahead was lit perfectly by my headlamp, every stone and root highlighted with unnatural clarity. To either side, the darkness pressed close, dense and complete. I had the sudden, overwhelming sense that if I stepped off the trail, even by accident, I would not be able to step back on. That's when I saw the first exhibit. It was a backpack, hanging from a low branch just off the trail, clean and intact. Modern, expensive. The zippers were closed. The straps weren't tangled. It hadn't been torn or dropped. It had been placed. Beneath it, arranged carefully on the ground, were a pair of boots, laces tucked in neatly, toes pointing toward the path. There was no sign of a body. No sign of struggle. Just the suggestion of someone who had decided, very deliberately, to stop being a person who walked away. I didn't touch anything. I logged it with shaking hands, my voice quieter now, and forced myself to keep moving. The air felt thicker the farther I went, like wading through invisible water. My headlamp flickered once. Just a brief dimming, but my heart leapt anyway. That was when the idea first formed, uninvited and unwelcome. Not that the forest was dangerous, or haunted, or predatory, but that it was curated, maintained. that what I was seeing wasn't debris, but arrangement, preservation. The footsteps returned, closer now, almost brushing my heels. I could hear breathing, slow and steady, perfectly synchronized with my own. I did not turn around. I was afraid that if I saw it, I would understand something I couldn't survive knowing. I kept walking, deeper into a trail that no longer felt like a way out, and the forest seemed to lean in, attentive, as if I were finally approaching the part of the exhibit meant just for me. I told myself to focus on procedure. Fear feeds on ambiguity, and procedure cuts things into manageable pieces. I counted my steps. I cataloged sounds. I kept my breathing slow. The footsteps behind me stayed perfectly lined with my own, not gaining, not falling back. They didn't crunch leaves or snap twigs. They sounded like my boots on packed dirt, a clean, careful imitation. The trail should have intersected with the service road within 20 minutes. I'd walked it dozens of times. When the GPS buzzed softly to warn of low battery, I felt a sharp spike of anger, irrational and sudden. I swapped batteries with hands that trembled just enough to notice. The screen refreshed, found satellites, and placed me exactly where I expected to be. The problem was what I could see. The trail ahead stretched on, straight and narrow, swallowed by darkness. No reflective marker. No break in the trees. No hint of the open space I knew was supposed to be there. The smell changed again. The dusty fabric-like scent grew stronger, layered with something faintly sweet and unpleasant, like dried flowers left too long in a closed room. My ears popped, as if the elevation had shifted, but the terrain remained level. I swallowed hard and tasted copper. I passed another arrangement a few minutes later. This one was larger. A folding camp chair, open and facing the trail, its fabric uncreased and clean. A headlamp rested on the seat, switched off, the strap neatly coiled. A water bottle stood upright beside one leg, cap tightened. It looked like someone had just stepped away, confident they would be back in a moment. The longer I looked, the more wrong it felt. There were no footprints leading to or from the setup. The ground beneath it was undisturbed, as if it had been lowered gently into place. I felt the urge to sit down, sudden and intense. The chair looked inviting, familiar. My legs ached. My shoulders burned from the pack. The thought slid into my mind fully formed, just a minute. Just to rest. I stopped walking, heart hammering. And the footsteps behind me stopped too. The silence pressed in, heavy and complete. The forest seemed closer now. The trees leaning just slightly inward, the trail narrowing by degrees too small to measure but impossible to ignore. No, I said out loud, the word sharp and ugly in the air. Saying it felt like waking up from the edge of sleep. I forced my feet forward. The urge faded, replaced by a cold clarity that made my stomach churn. That wasn't exhaustion. It was suggestion. The trail began to slope downward. Not steeply, but enough that my knees noticed. My headlamp beam caught flashes of pale shapes deeper in the trees, irregular and motionless. I didn't want to look, but my eyes dragged that way anyway. Between the trunks, arranged with deliberate spacing, were more items. A jacket draped over a branch, sleeves hanging naturally. A set of trekking poles crossed neatly against a stump. A smartphone, screen dark but uncracked, balanced on a flat rock as if charging an invisible light. Each object felt curated, chosen, placed to be seen from the trail and nowhere else. I understood then that the trail was the point. Not a path through the forest, but a viewing corridor, a controlled angle. The forest wasn't hiding these things. It was presenting them. The footsteps behind me shifted closer still. I could feel warmth now, a presence just outside my peripheral vision. I kept my gaze forward. Jaw clenched so tight my teeth ached. I tried the radio again, flipping it on with my thumb without slowing down. Static burst out, loud in the quiet, then settled into a faint hiss. I keyed the mic and spoke my call sign, my location, my situation. The words sounded thin and far away, like they were being spoken from underwater. For a moment I thought there was a response. Not words exactly, but a modulation in the static that felt pattered attentive. Then, my own voice came back to me, distorted but unmistakable, repeating what I'd just said with a slight delay. Calm, professional, reassuring. I turned the radio off immediately, throat tight, pulse racing. I didn't want to know how that was possible. The forest grew colder. My breath fogged in the beam of my headlamp. I could hear my heartbeat now. Loud enough to be distracting, the footsteps matched it, not in rhythm but in timing, like punctuation. Step, step, thump. Each sound felt closer to my spine. The trail curved gently to the right, and for the first time, I saw something ahead that wasn't an object. It was a person, standing just at the edge of my light. They were facing away from me, shoulders slightly hunched. Posture familiar in a way that made my stomach drop. They wore outdoor clothing similar to mine, neutral colors, practical. A pack hung from their shoulders, straps adjusted correctly. They were very still. I slowed, every instinct screaming at me not to get closer. The footsteps behind me stopped. The person ahead did not move. The forest held its breath. "Hey," I called, hating the way my voice shook. "Ranger here. Are you okay?" No response. I took another step. The figure ahead shifted, just slightly, enough to tell me they were alive. They turned their head, slow and deliberate, but not enough for me to see their face. The angle was wrong. Unnatural. Like a mannequin posed almost, but not quite like a person. I stopped. The trail beneath my boots felt firmer here, packed hard as concrete. The air was colder still, and the smell was overwhelming now. Dust and old cloth and something faintly chemical, like preservatives. The thought came again, clearer this time, sharper exhibits. Each one paused at the moment just before leaving, just before deciding to go back. The figure ahead lifted an arm and pointed off the trail, into the darkness between the trees. The gesture was gentle, encouraging. An invitation. I felt my body lean that way before. My mind caught up, a subtle shift in balance that terrified me more than anything else so far. The trail narrowed further, my boots brushing roots on either side. I shook my head hard, breaking whatever spell had started to form, and stepped back instead. The moment my heel lifted, the figure ahead dissolved. Not vanished, exactly, but fell apart into shadow and negative space, like a projection turned off. The air rushed back into my lungs. The forest exhaled. The footsteps returned behind me, right at my heels now. I could feel breath on my neck, cold and dry. My headlamp flickered again. Longer this time, and I knew with a certainty that felt absolute that if the light went out, I would not be able to turn it back on. I started to run, careful not to break into panic, keeping my steps controlled, my eyes locked on the thin ribbon of trail ahead. The forest did not chase me. It didn't need to. The trail stretched on, obedient and endless, and the exhibits blurred past in my peripheral vision, accumulating, waiting, as if making room for one more. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost its shape somewhere between fear and focus. My legs burned, lungs screaming, But I kept my pace measured. Panic would get me killed. That much I knew with absolute clarity. The footsteps stayed with me, never gaining, never falling back. A constant reminder that running wasn't escape. It was participation. The trail began to change beneath my feet. The packed dirt gave way to a firmer surface, almost polished. My boots made a different sound now, a dull, echoing tap that carried too far. The headlamp beam reflected faintly off the ground, not enough to shine, just enough to look wrong. Like stone worn smooth by countless passes, I slowed despite myself. The forest on either side felt closer than ever, the darkness thick and textured, layered with shapes I refused to focus on. The smell of old fabric was overwhelming now, mixed with something antiseptic that burned the back of my throat. My ears rang softly, a high, constant tone that made it hard to think. The trail widened abruptly, opening into a circular clearing. My light swept across it in a slow arc, and my breath caught in my chest. The ground was bare and clean, swept free of debris. Around the perimeter, evenly spaced, stood figures. They weren't standing like people waiting, they were posed. Some sat on logs or rocks, hands resting neatly in their laps. Others stood mid-step, frozen as if caught crossing the clearing. A few knelt near arranged gear, fingers hovering just above zippers or buckles they would never touch again. Their faces were turned away from the trail, angled toward the center of the clearing, as if observing something I couldn't see. Clothing varied. Modern packs, old jackets, different eras, preserved side by side. None of them moved. None of them breathed. I stopped at the edge of the clearing, heart pounding so hard it hurt. The footsteps behind me stopped as well. The silence was complete, thick enough to feel against my skin. I realized then that I had been led here deliberately. The trail ended not in escape, but in presentation. My headlamp beam trembled as I scanned the figures. Their skin looked wrong, not decayed, not injured, just still. Too still. Like wax that had once been warm. I recognized the posture in more than one of them. The way shoulders slump after hours of hiking. The subtle bend in knees bracing against fatigue. These weren't victims caught in violence. They were people who had chosen to stop. A shape stood at the center of the clearing, taller than the others, facing me. At first I thought it was another person. Then I saw the symmetry, the way it mirrored my stance exactly. The same pack, the same jacket, the same worn scuff on the toe of the right boot. It was me. Or something arranged to look like me, frozen mid-step, head slightly tilted as if listening. My breath came in short, sharp pulls. I took a step back, and the ground behind me resisted, firm as a wall. The trail I'd come from was gone, replaced by smooth earth that reflected no light. I understood then. The forest didn't need to chase or trap. It curated. It guided people to the exact moment they were ready to stop, then preserve that decision. Not bodies, but choices. The final surrender. The thing at the center shifted. Just slightly. Enough to break the illusion of stillness. Its head turned toward me, slow and careful, joints moving with the stiffness of something unused. Its face was mine, down to the scar near my hairline, but the eyes were wrong. Too clear. Too empty. They reflected my headlamp beam perfectly, twin points of light with no depth behind them. I felt the pull then, stronger than before. A deep, bone-level exhaustion surged, through me heavier than fear. The thought was simple, seductive in its clarity. You've done enough. You can rest now. No more walking. No more watching. My knees buckled. I caught myself on reflex, hands slamming against my thighs. The figures around the clearing leaned in imperceptibly, their stillness attentive. The forest itself seemed to tilt, pressure building in my ears until the ringing drowned out my thoughts. I reached for my radio without thinking. It felt absurd, childish, but it was all I had left. I turned it on and keyed the mic, my thumb heavy, clumsy. "This is Marcus Fielding," I said, my voice cracking despite my efforts. "I need help." The response came instantly, clear as day. "Copy that." My voice replied, calm, steady, exactly how I sounded on good days. "Stay where you are. Help is on the way." Relief flooded me so fast it made me dizzy. My legs sagged. The thing at the center of the clearing smiled. A small, approving movement that made my stomach twist. Then something cut through the relief. A detail, sharp and cold. My radio had been switched off. I remembered turning it off. I remembered it clearly. I screamed, the sound tearing out of me raw and desperate. And through the radio, as hard as I could at the figure in the center. It passed through its shoulder like smoke, clattering uselessly on the ground beyond. The illusion broke. The clearing rippled, the figures around me blurring at the edges, their forms warping as if viewed through thick glass. I ran. Not along the trail, because there was no trail. I ran straight at the darkness between the trees, expecting resistance, expecting my body to stop responding. The pressure spiked, pain flaring behind my eyes, but I kept moving, forcing my legs to obey through sheer will. The forest screamed. Not aloud, but inside my skull, a sudden tearing sensation like something being ripped apart. The smell vanished. The ringing stopped. I burst through the tree line and tumbled down a short slope, landing hard on loose dirt and leaf litter. I lay there gasping, chest heaving, the world spinning. Above me, the forest stood as it always had it. Messy, alive, insects buzzed, leaves rustled. The night air smelled like soil and pine and nothing else. My headlamp flickered weakly, then steadied. I didn't look back. I crawled until I could stand, then walked until I found the service road just before dawn. Exactly where it should have been. Search teams found me hours later, dehydrated, shaken, but alive. I told them everything. They listened politely and wrote it down carefully. The clearing wasn't there when they looked. The trail was normal. The campsite had vanished completely. No sign it had ever existed. I quit that job. I don't go into forests anymore. Sometimes, late at night, when my apartment is quiet and still, I catch a smell like old fabric and dust. Sometimes I feel an urge to sit down and rest, just for a minute. And sometimes, in reflective glass, I swear I see myself standing very still, waiting patiently, like an exhibit that knows it will eventually be completed. My name is William Crane. I'm writing this by the light of my headlamp, sitting on a rock that wasn't on my map, on a trail that doesn't seem to care whether I leave or not. If you're reading this, I didn't make it out. Remember this. Some trails aren't meant to be completed. Some are meant to collect. I started this hike just before dusk, which was already a mistake I recognized and ignored. The trailhead sign was weathered, the lettering faded enough that the name of the route was half missing, like it had been rubbed away by time or hands. I remember thinking it was strange. There was no distance marker, no estimated hours, just a symbol warning about steep terrain and a smaller one about limited cell service. That wasn't unusual where I was, but the emptiness around the sign was. No cars in the lot, No footprints in the dirt. The air felt heavy, not humid exactly, but dense, as if it resisted every breath. I told myself I'd only go a mile in and turn back. That was the plan. I'd done enough solo hikes to trust my judgment. And the weather was clear, cold enough to keep bugs away. As I stepped onto the trail, gravel crunching under my boots, the forest closed in fast. Pines leaned overhead, their needles knitting together so tightly that the remaining daylight dimmed by the second. The smell shifted too. Less pine, more earth. Damp leaves and something metallic underneath it, like old water sitting in a rusted container. The first thing I noticed was the quiet. Not the peaceful kind hikers like to talk about, but a muffled quiet, like sound was being absorbed instead of traveling. My footsteps didn't echo. Birds were absent. Even the wind felt cautious, brushing branches instead of moving through them. I checked my watch and saw I'd only been walking 10 minutes. It felt longer. The trail itself was well defined. Packed dirt with occasional stones, winding gently uphill. I kept waiting for a switchback or a marker, something to confirm I was where I thought I was. Instead, the path stayed the same, consistent in a way that became unsettling. When I stopped to take a drink, the silence pressed closer. I could hear my own swallowing too clearly. The liquid moving down my throat amplified in my ears. That was when I noticed the first sign something was wrong. Behind me, the trail looked narrower than it had moments before. Not blocked, not overgrown, just subtly tighter. Like the trees had leaned in while I wasn't looking. I told myself it was perspective, the slope, fatigue playing tricks. I turned back forward and kept walking. The light faded quickly after that. I switched on my headlamp earlier than I'd planned, the beam cutting a pale tunnel through the dark. Dust motes floated in it, drifting slowly, too slowly. The air felt thicker now, pressing against my skin, against my chest. Each breath required a little more effort than the last. I checked my phone. No signal, which I expected, but the GPS app took longer than usual to load, spinning before finally displaying my location. Or what it thought was my location. The dot sat just off the trail line, even though I was standing squarely in the center of it. I walked another 5 minutes and checked again. The dot hadn't moved. That should have been enough to turn back. Instead, I laughed it off. A short, nervous sound that vanished immediately into the trees. I told myself GPS drifted in dense forest all the time. I told myself a lot of things. What I didn't tell myself was why the forest still felt like it was holding its breath. As I climbed higher, the ground leveled out in a way that didn't match the elevation I remembered from the map. The incline disappeared, replaced by a long, straight stretch that felt almost intentional. The trail widened slightly here, just enough for my shoulders to relax. That relief lasted maybe 30 seconds, before I realized something else. The ground on either side of the path was untouched. No broken branches. No animal tracks. No signs of anything crossing the trail ever. It was like a corridor that only went one direction. I heard a sound then, faint but distinct. A scuffing noise, like boots on dirt, just ahead of me. I froze, heart hammering, and listened. The sound stopped immediately, leaving behind that thick, swallowing silence. I called out, my voice steady on purpose, asking if anyone was there. The words felt wrong leaving my mouth, like they didn't belong in that space. They went nowhere. I waited a full minute before moving again, my hand hovering near the bare spray on my belt. Every few steps, I glanced behind me. The trail behind was still there, but it looked longer now, stretching farther back than it should have, the darkness swallowing it faster than my headlamp could push it away. The smell changed again as the night deepened. The metallic edge sharpened, mixing with something sour, like old sweat trapped in fabric. My head started to ache, a dull pressure behind my eyes that pulsed in time with my heartbeat. I told myself it was dehydration, nerves, altitude. I took another drink, but the water tasted flat, almost stale, even though it had been sealed that morning. I reached a small clearing I hadn't expected, a circular break in the trees where the ground dipped slightly, like a shallow bowl. My light caught on something pale near the center. At first I thought it was a rock. Then I realized it was fabric. A scrap of it, half buried in dirt, frayed at the edges. I didn't touch it. I didn't need to. I recognized the color immediately. It matched the shirt I'd been wearing earlier, that day before changing at the trailhead. That was when the understanding started to creep in, slow and unwelcome. This trail wasn't looping. It wasn't confusing me by accident. It was patient. It showed me just enough to keep me moving, to keep me explaining things away. I backed out of the clearing carefully, keeping my eyes forward, resisting the urge to turn and run. When I did finally turn around, intent on leaving for real this time, the trail behind me was still there. It was just narrower than before. Narrow enough that my pack brushed the branches on either side as I stepped into it, needles scraping against fabric, against skin. The sound followed me, not behind, not ahead, but all around, like the forest adjusting itself to my presence. I started walking faster, then slower, trying to control my breathing, my thoughts. Panic would make mistakes. I knew that. I'd trained for that. What I wasn't trained for was the way the trail seemed to pull forward, stretching ahead no matter how long I walked, while behind me the darkness crept closer, swallowing distance whole. I checked my watch again. Only an hour had passed since I'd stepped onto the trail. It felt like much longer. The pressure in my head intensified, and with it came a certainty I couldn't explain yet. This wasn't about getting lost. This was about being taken, one step at a time, by something that knew exactly how long I would keep walking before I understood what it wanted. I'm stopping here for now. My hands are shaking, and the light is flickering, not from low battery, but from something blocking it occasionally, passing through the beam without making a sound. If I don't keep moving, I feel like the trail will close completely. If I do, I don't know what it's collecting from me with every step. Either way, the night isn't finished with me yet. I kept moving because stopping felt worse. The trail demanded motion in the same quiet way gravity demands balance. As long as my boots were landing one after the other, the pressure in my chest stayed just barely manageable. When I paused, even for a second, the forest seemed to lean closer, branches bending inward with a sound like joints popping softly. The headlamp flickered again, the beam dimming and brightening, as if something was passing through it, not blocking it completely, but bending the light. I told myself it was fog starting to form, moisture in the air. But fog didn't move in deliberate intervals. Fog didn't feel like it was watching how I reacted. The trail narrowed further. At first it was subtle enough that I could ignore it, but eventually my shoulders brushed bark on both sides. The texture was wrong. The trees felt smoother than they should have been, almost polished, warm in a way that made my skin crawl. Sap clung to my sleeve when I brushed too close, thick and dark, smelling sharp and chemical. I tried turning around again. Not running. Just turning, calmly, like I would on any trail when I'd gone too far. The moment I shifted my weight, the ground tilted under me, not enough to make me fall, but enough to force my foot back into place facing forward. It was like stepping onto a slanted floor that corrected you without asking. I stood there, breathing hard, my breath loud and fast in my ears. The silence pressed in tighter, swallowing the sound almost immediately. I forced myself to count breaths. In, out. Slow. Controlled. Panic would finish this faster than anything else. When I started walking again, the trail changed texture. The dirt became softer, looser, each step sinking slightly like damp sand. My boots left impressions that filled in almost immediately, the edges collapsing inward, until there was no trace I'd ever been there. I looked back twice, 3 times, watching my own footprints vanish behind me. The darkness didn't just cover them. The ground erased them. That was when I started to hear breathing that wasn't mine. It was faint at first, barely distinguishable from the sound of air moving through my own lungs. Then it settled into a rhythm that didn't match me. Slower. Deeper. Close enough that I could feel it more than hear it, a subtle vibration against my ribs. I stopped again, heart pounding, and held my breath. The other breathing continued. It didn't move closer. It didn't move away. It stayed exactly where it was, just off the edge of my awareness, like it was waiting to see what I'd do next. I whispered out loud, telling myself this was stress, auditory distortion, the mind filling gaps in silence. The words felt thin and fragile as soon as they left my mouth. I forced myself to walk again, every muscle tight, eyes scanning the edges of the beam. The trail curved gently now, looping back on itself in a way that made my stomach drop. I recognized the bend before I reached it. I recognized the rock at the edge of the path, the split in the bark of a nearby tree. I'd passed this spot already. I was sure of it, but the clearing wasn't there anymore. Instead, the trail carried me past the familiar markers, into deeper darkness. The forest subtly rearranged, familiar pieces reused in the wrong order. The breathing stayed with me, sometimes fading, sometimes close enough that I could feel warmth on the back of my neck. I didn't turn around. I knew better than that, though I couldn't have explained why. My headlamp dimmed again, and this time it stayed dim. The edges of the beam blurred, shrinking my world to a narrow cone of visibility. Outside it, the darkness felt active, layered, like something stacked behind something else. The smell grew stronger, metallic and sour, and underneath it, something organic, like old clothing left too long in a damp place. I stumbled then, catching my foot on something that shouldn't have been there. I went down hard, palms scraping against dirt and stone. The impact knocked the air from my lungs, pain flaring up my arms. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. When I sucked in again, the air tasted wrong, sharp and cold enough to burn. My light rolled, casting wild shadows. In that brief chaos, I saw movement on the ground around me. Not rushing, not crawling. Just subtle shifts, like the earth itself was settling, adjusting to my presence. I scrambled to my feet, heart hammering, and that was when I noticed the objects scattered along the edges of the trail. A glove, half buried. A water bottle crushed in on itself, label peeled away. A boot, laces still tied, lying on its side like it had been set there carefully. None of it was old enough to be decayed. None of it was fresh enough to be comforting. These weren't remnants from decades ago. They were recent, collected. The understanding sharpened then, cutting through my rationalizations. This wasn't a place people got lost. This was a place people were processed, slowly stripped down piece by piece until there was nothing left but space for the next one. The breathing shifted closer, and with it came another sound. Footsteps, measured, unhurried. They matched my pace when I moved and stopped when I stopped, always just out of view. I felt a pressure on my back, not a touch, but an expectation, like something was standing there, guiding me without hands. I tried to speak again, to shout, to break the silence with something loud and human. What came out was a thin, cracked sound that died immediately. My throat felt tight, like I'd been screaming for hours, even though I hadn't made a sound. The trail dipped sharply then, sloping downward into a hollow where the air grew colder. My breath fogged in front of me, the condensation hanging longer than it should have. The walls of the trail rose higher here, packed earth reinforced by roots that twisted like cables overhead. It felt less like a path and more like a channel, something carved deliberately to direct movement one way. At the bottom, the trail leveled out again, and I saw the rock I'm sitting on now, pale and smooth, catching what little light I have left. I didn't remember deciding to stop here. One moment I was walking. The next I was sitting, my back against cold stone, my legs trembling too badly to stand. The breathing is closer now, so close that I can feel it sync with mine when I lose focus. When I concentrate, when I force my rhythm to change, it lags, then adjusts, learning. I understand now that this trail doesn't rush. It doesn't need to. It knows the night is long, and it knows I can't stay awake forever. I'm writing because it feels like resistance, even if it's useless. My phone battery is draining faster than it should, the screen dimming between sentences. The light flickers constantly now, shadows shifting in ways that don't match the terrain. I don't hear footsteps anymore. I hear weight settling, like something crouching just behind me, patient and certain. If I stop writing, I don't think I'll start again. The trail feels closer than it did before, like it's tightening around this spot, narrowing my options down to one inevitable direction. I don't know what happens when it finishes collecting, but I know this isn't the end yet. The night is still working on me. I must have blacked out at some point, because the next thing I remember is the sound of my own teeth clicking together. Not chattering. Clicking. Slow, deliberate taps as my jaw tightened and released without me telling it to. The cold had settled deeper than the air. It felt structural, like it had sunk into the ground and was radiating upward through the rock through my spine. I was still sitting when awareness came back. My back pressed to the stone, my legs stretched out in front of me where the trail narrowed to almost nothing. The headlamp was on but barely alive, the beam weak and uneven, stuttering like a failing pulse. Each flicker revealed the same thing, and something slightly worse. The walls were closer now. Not close enough to crush me, close enough to let me know they could. The breathing was everywhere. Not loud, not frantic. Calm, deep. It filled the space the way fog fills a valley, evenly and without urgency. When I held my breath, it kept going. When I breathed, it layered itself over mine, close enough that I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. I tried to stand. My legs refused at first, trembling so badly my knees buckled. When I forced myself upright, The trail reacted. I felt it through the soles of my boots, a subtle shift, like a living thing redistributing weight. The ground firmed under my feet, guiding them forward. I wasn't being dragged, I was being allowed to walk. The corridor ahead sloped gently upward, just enough to require effort. Roots crossed overhead like ribs. The smell was overwhelming now, metallic and sour and unmistakably human beneath it. Sweat. Old skin. Fabric that had been worn too long. I realized then why it had felt familiar from the beginning. This place smelled like people who had tried very hard to get out. My phone buzzed in my hand, startling me so badly I nearly dropped it. For a split second, hope flared hot and painful in my chest. A signal. A message. Something. The screen lit up to show a notification from my GPS app. Route recalculating. The map refreshed. The trail behind me was gone. Not faded. Not obscured. Gone completely, replaced by blank space. Ahead, the line continued, straight and narrow, extending far past where my light could reach. There was no endpoint marked. Just a thin line disappearing into nothing. I laughed then. A short, broken sound that scraped my throat raw. It wasn't hysteria. It was recognition. The kind you get when the last piece finally fits, and there's nowhere left to push it. I started walking again, because standing still felt like giving permission. Each step took more effort than the last, my legs heavy, my pack pulling at my shoulders like it wanted to slide off and stay behind. The strap on my left shoulder snapped suddenly, loud in the quiet. The pack sagged, listing to one side. I stopped to adjust it. The trail tightened immediately. The walls pressed inward just enough to trap my arms against my sides. Panic surged before I could stop it, hot and sharp. I forced myself to breathe slowly, to think clearly. The pressure eased as I resumed moving. I understood the rule then. Motion was compliance. Stillness was refusal, and refusal had consequences. The objects appeared more frequently now, not scattered, placed. A hat hanging from a low branch, swaying slightly though there was no wind. A headlamp lying in the dirt, cracked and dark. A phone face, down. Screen shattered, still buzzing faintly like an insect trapped under glass. I didn't touch any of it. I kept my eyes forward and my feet moving. The sound changed as the trail climbed higher. The breathing thinned, replaced by something else. A low, constant hum that vibrated through my bones more than my ears. It reminded me of standing near heavy machinery, the way sound becomes pressure. With it came a sensation I couldn't name at first, a subtle pulling, like gravity had tilted and was urging me to lean into it. My thoughts started to slip then. Not vanish, drift. Simple things became harder to hold on to. My last name felt distant, like it belonged to someone else. The reason I'd come here blurred at the edges. I clung to what I could, repeating my name silently with each step, anchoring myself to the sound of it. The trail opened suddenly, spilling me into another clearing. Larger than the first. Deeper. The ground sloped down toward a dark center that my light refused to fully illuminate. The air here was colder, denser, pressing against my skin like deep water. I stopped at the edge, my instincts screaming at me to stay where I was. The trail behind me narrowed to a slit. The hum intensified, and with it came movement. Not rushing, rising. The darkness in the center of the clearing shifted, layering itself upward, as if depth was turning vertical. I couldn't see a shape. I couldn't see anything I could point to and name. What I felt was attention. Complete and patient. I understood then what collecting meant. It wasn't about bodies. Not really. It was about momentum, about taking people mid-motion, mid-intent, and folding them into the path so the trail could continue. Every hiker, every step, every decision became part of the structure. The gloves, the boots, the fabric, leftovers, excess. My headlamp died completely. Total darkness swallowed the clearing, but the hum remained, vibrating through my teeth, my skull, my chest. The pressure grew unbearable, bending me forward until my hands touched the ground. The dirt was warm now, not comforting. I crawled, not toward the center, but sideways, toward where I thought the edge might be. The ground resisted, thickening under my palms, pulling back just enough to slow me. My breath came fast and shallow, each inhale burning. I screamed then. I didn't hear it. Something shifted behind me. Weight settled. The breathing returned, right at my ear. Synchronized perfectly now, no lag at all. I knew I wouldn't outrun it. I knew fighting would only shorten what little time I had left. So I did the only thing I could still do on my own terms. I pulled my phone free and started writing again, my fingers clumsy, the screen dim and fading. The hum made it hard to think, harder to remember why words mattered, but I forced them out anyway. Names. Warnings. Fragments of understanding. If you're reading this, I didn't make it out. Remember this: some trails aren't meant to be completed. Some are meant to collect. The pressure eased slightly as I finished the last sentence, like something had been satisfied. The ground beneath me softened, yielding. The darkness leaned in, close enough now that it felt intimate, familiar. I don't feel afraid anymore. Just tired. The night feels endless, but I don't think I'll be part of it much longer. The trail is still here. It always will be. If you find the entrance, turn around. Don't let it learn your rhythm. My name is Aaron Whitlock. I am 34 years old, a mechanical engineer by training and meticulous by habit. I keep records of my equipment, my routes, my caloric intake, and my time. I came to Redwood National Park, a load to test a complete ultralight backpacking setup over a single overnight trip. The goal was simple and practical: confirm that my shelter, sleep system, and power management could handle a cold coastal night under dense canopy. I filed a trip plan, checked weather patterns, noted sunset and sunrise, and parked at the designated trailhead shortly after noon. The forest greeted me with the kind of stillness that feels earned rather than empty. Towering redwoods filtered the daylight into long vertical bands, and the air smelled wet and old in a way I found grounding. I hiked less than 6 miles in, intentionally conservative. I wanted margin. I wanted control. By late afternoon, I selected a legal backcountry site, well off the main trail, on slightly elevated ground with good drainage, and no obvious animal paths. I took photos, logged GPS coordinates, and began setting camp with the calm efficiency that comes from repetition. My shelter was a single, wall ultralight tent, neutral gray, low profile. I staked it carefully, checked tension, and reinforced one corner where the soil was loose. Inside, I laid out my sleeping pad, quilt, and headlamp. Everything had its place. I cooked early, dehydrated rice and lentils, and filtered water from a nearby creek before dusk. As the light faded, the forest grew quieter. Not abruptly, but in stages, like a building selling after everyone leaves. I zipped myself into the tent just after sunset. The temperature dropped faster than forecast, but still within acceptable range. I recorded a voice memo, noting humidity, ambient noise, and my own mental state: calm, alert, Focused, I lay on my back and listened, letting the forest recalibrate my ears. The first sound came an hour later. It was not loud. It was not sudden. It was the soft compression of leaf litter under deliberate weight. One step, then another. The sound moved clockwise around my tent at a distance of maybe 4 feet. I held my breath without realizing it. My first thought was deer. My second was raccoon. My third was bear, dismissed almost immediately by the cadence. Bears are careless. This was measured. I reached for my headlamp but did not turn it on. Light changes behavior. I wanted information first. The steps continued. Slow and consistent, never brushing the tent fabric, never testing the stakes. Just circling. When it completed one full rotation, it did not stop. It began again. I checked my watch. 9:42 p.m. I told myself this was curiosity. Many animals investigate new objects. The lack of contact suggested caution, not aggression. I stayed still. The steps continued for several minutes, then paused directly behind my head. I felt the awareness of proximity more than I heard it. A presence close enough that my breathing felt loud in my own ears. Then it moved on. I exhaled slowly and waited. 5 minutes passed. No further sound. I turned on my headlamp and scanned the tent walls. No shadows. No movement. I unzipped the vestibule just to peer out. The forest stood unchanged, dark and vertical, indifferent. I zipped back up and recorded another memo, keeping my voice low and even. I noted the behavior and rationalized it as a large mammal exhibiting avoidance. Sleep did not come easily, but it did come. I woke to the same sound. This time it was closer. The steps were tighter, the circle smaller. I could hear the subtle difference in footing as it navigated roots and uneven ground. Again, it never touched the tent. That was the detail that refused to settle in my mind. Predators test boundaries. Curious animals sniff. This did neither. I checked the time. 12:11 a.m. My phone had no signal, as expected. I considered activating my satellite messenger but dismissed it. There was no emergency yet. I listened instead, counting steps, measuring pace. One full circle took approximately 40 seconds. It completed 3 rotations, paused, then changed direction. Counterclockwise. The hair on my arms lifted beneath my base layer. I had the distinct impression of being assessed, not hunted, evaluated, as if something was waiting for a change in conditions, or a signal I had not given. I spoke out loud then, calmly, firmly, stating my presence, identifying myself as human. My voice sounded thin in the enclosed space. The steps did not change. They did not speed up or retreat. They simply continued, patient and precise. After what felt like an hour but was likely 15 minutes, the sound stopped. Silence returned heavier than before. I did not sleep again. I lay awake, replaying every wildlife encounter I had ever studied, searching for precedent. There was none that fit cleanly. At 3:04 a.m., I heard breathing. It was slow, controlled, and unmistakably close. Not inside the tent, but just beyond the fabric, near the foot end. I could hear the subtle movement of air, the faint whistle of an exhale through a nasal passage. I froze. I did not reach for anything. I did not speak. I counted breaths instead. In. Out. In. It stayed there breathing for several minutes. Then it stepped back. The steps resumed, wider this time, expanding outward, as if marking a boundary. After one final circuit, the sound receded into the forest and did not return. Dawn came gradually. A pale gray seeped through the canopy. Birds resumed their calls. The forest reset itself with practiced ease. I waited until full light before exiting the tent. I scanned the ground carefully. There were no tracks. The leaf litter was disturbed only by my own footprints from the evening before. I broke camp quickly, hands steady but movements sharp. I did not eat. I did not linger. As I shouldered my pack and began the hike out, I felt the persistent sensation of having passed an unspoken test without understanding the rules. I left the park by late morning. I filed no report. There was nothing concrete to report. But I have not slept alone in the woods since. I did not leave the forest immediately. That detail matters, and I want to be precise about it. When first light arrived, it brought visibility but not relief. The air remained heavy, saturated with coastal moisture, and the fog clung low between the trunks, blurring depth and distance. I stood outside my tent for several minutes, listening, forcing myself to catalog what I could hear instead of what I feared. Birds, distant water, wind moving through the canopy. Nothing else. I performed a controlled inspection of the campsite. I checked the ground first, circling outward in widening arcs. There were no clear impressions in the soil, but the forest floor was thick with needles and decaying leaves, a surface that forgives weight quickly. I looked for broken twigs, scuffed bark, anything displaced at ankle height or higher. I found nothing definitive. That absence was unsettling in its own way. Whatever had been there moved carefully, or lightly, or both. I packed my shelter last, folding it slower than usual, eyes scanning the perimeter as I worked. My gear checklist remained intact. Nothing was missing. Nothing was disturbed. The rational part of my mind sees that as evidence that the night's events could still be explained by normal wildlife behavior. But the explanation felt thin, stretched too far to cover all the details. By the time I hoisted my pack, the sun had not yet breached the canopy. Light filtered down in narrow columns, illuminating floating particles in the air. I began hiking back toward the trailhead at a steady pace, deliberately avoiding the urge to rush. Panic invites mistakes. I repeated that to myself like a rule. The trail was familiar for the first mile. I recognized the fallen log I had stepped over the day before, the shallow bend near the creek crossing. My footsteps sounded louder than they should have, amplified by my awareness. Every time I stopped, the forest filled the silence instantly, as if it had been waiting for me to pause. I told myself that what I felt was residual adrenaline, a natural response after a night of interrupted sleep and heightened alertness. That explanation worked until I noticed the smell. It was faint at first, something metallic layered beneath the damp earth and vegetation. Not blood, not rot, something colder. The scent grew stronger as I moved, then faded, then returned again in irregular intervals. It did not follow the wind. It appeared and vanished as if I were crossing invisible pockets of it. I checked my map and GPS. Both showed me en route. There were no warnings, no anomalies. I continued. About 2 miles in, I became aware of the silence. It was not complete, but it was selective. The birds had stopped calling. Insects were absent. The ambient noise of the forest had narrowed to the sound of my own movement and the distant rush of water far below the trail. I slowed, then stopped completely. The silence held. I turned slowly in a full circle. The trees stood unchanged, massive and indifferent. Fog drifted between them in thin sheets. There was no visible movement, no obvious threat. Yet the sensation returned. The same one I had felt in the tent hours earlier. The sense of proximity without evidence, of being within someone else's attention. I spoke again, louder this time, announcing myself, stating my direction of travel. My voice sounded wrong in the open air, too small. It did not echo. When I resumed walking, I altered my pace deliberately, speeding up for 30 seconds, then slowing. I wanted to see if anything changed in response. Nothing obvious did, but after several minutes, I noticed something subtle and deeply unsettling. My footsteps no longer felt solitary. I could not hear another set of steps, not distinctly. What I perceived instead was a synchronization, a sense that the rhythm of movement around me had adjusted to match mine. When I stopped, the forest held still. When I moved, the sense of motion returned, just beyond the range of sound. I tightened the straps on my pack and focused on the trail ahead. The path narrowed briefly as it wound between two massive trunks, then opened onto a small clearing. I stepped into it and froze. The smell was strongest here. The clearing contained no campsite, no obvious disturbance. But the ground was subtly altered. Leaf litter had been pressed down in overlapping arcs, not footprints, but patterns of compression that suggested repeated circling. The shapes overlapped in a way that implied more than one path, intersecting, correcting, refining. I stood at the edge of the clearing and understood, with a clarity that made my stomach drop, that this was not the first time something had done this. This was not an isolated curiosity. This was a place of repetition. A sound came from behind me. It was not a step. It was the soft displacement of air. The shift that happens when a body moves close enough to disturb the space around you. I did not turn immediately. I controlled my breathing and listened. There was no breathing this time. I turned. Nothing stood on the trail. But the fog behind me had thickened, pooling between the trees in a way that erased the path I had just walked. The sense of presence was closer now, no longer circling, no longer patient. It felt expectant. I took a step backward, then another, never breaking eye contact with the space ahead of me. The fog did not recede. The smell intensified, sharp enough to sting the back of my throat. I raised my trekking pole, not as a weapon, but as a boundary, extending my reach into the space I could not see. The pole met resistance. It was not solid, not the way a tree or rock would be. It was yielding, like pressing into dense fabric stretched tight. I felt it give slightly, then stop. I pulled the pole back slowly. The resistance withdrew with it. I did not test it again. Instead, I stepped forward into the clearing, choosing movement over paralysis. The sensation shifted immediately, sliding away from my front and reappearing at my side. I walked, then jogged, then broke into a run as the fog thinned and the trail remerged ahead. The forest did not chase me. It did not need to. The presence moved with me, matching pace effortlessly, staying just outside the limits of confirmation. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs shook. When I finally burst out onto the gravel near the trailhead, the sensation stopped so abruptly that I stumbled. The air felt different there. Lighter, unclaimed. The smell vanished. Sound returned all at once, birdsong and distant traffic bleeding back into the world. I stood there for a long time, hands on my knees, breathing hard, waiting for something to follow. Nothing did. I drove away shortly after, hands tight on the steering wheel, eyes fixed on the road. It was only when the redwoods, thinned in sunlight, filled the car that I realized something else. The night had not ended when the sun rose. It had only loosened its grip. I believed I was safe once I left the park boundary. That belief was not comforting, but it was functional. It allowed me to drive, to follow signs, to obey traffic laws. I told myself that whatever had happened was confined to the forest. That proximity mattered, that distance would dissolve whatever attention I had attracted. This was not denial. It was a working hypothesis. I stopped at the first overlooked restroom to wash my hands and face. The mirror reflected a version of me that looked unchanged. Aside from darkened eyes and a stiffness in my posture, no marks, no injuries. I ran cold water over my wrists and focused on sensation. Solid porcelain, flowing water, familiar smells. Normalcy asserted itself aggressively, as if trying to overwrite something. As I returned to my car, I noticed the quiet again. Not the deep silence of the forest, but a thinning of sound, a subtle dampening. The parking area was empty except for my vehicle. Fog drifted low across the asphalt, rolling in from the tree line. I told myself this was common in coastal parks, a natural phenomenon. Still, I did not linger. The drive down the access road felt longer than it should have. Turns repeated themselves. The forest pressed close on both sides, redwoods rising like pillars beyond the reach of my peripheral vision. I kept my eyes forward. I did not check the rearview mirror as often as instinct demanded. When I finally did, I saw nothing out of place. Just fog thinning as elevation dropped. My phone buzzed once. The notification was delayed. A time-stamped weather alert that should have arrived hours earlier. I dismissed it and kept driving. Signal returned in fragments, then fully. Messages loaded. Time resumed its expected rhythm. I should have felt relief. Instead, I felt exposed. As if the absence of the forest's weight had removed a layer of protection I had not known was there. I reached a small coastal town by mid-morning and stopped for coffee. The cafe was bright, loud, crowded. I stood in line, listening to conversations about weekend plans and traffic. My hands trembled slightly when I passed my card to the cashier. I sat near the window, back against the wall, and watched people move past outside. The smell of roasted beans and baked bread was overwhelming in its normalcy. Halfway through my coffee, the smell returned. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. That same cold, metallic note, threading its way through the cafe's warmth. I froze, cup halfway to my mouth. I scanned the room without moving my head. No one else reacted. No one paused or looked around. The smell faded again, leaving me with the certainty that it had not come from the forest floor. It had come with me. I left the cafe without finishing my drink. The rest of the drive home passed without incident, but I did not relax. Every time I stopped at a light, I felt watched. Not stared at, observed. The distinction matters. Staring demands attention. Observation does not. It is patient, efficient. When I reached my apartment, I carried my gear inside and locked the door behind me. I unpacked mechanically, laying everything out as I always did, inspecting for damage. The tent fabric was intact. The stakes were straight. The trekking pole showed no visible marks. No indication of resistance where I had felt it give. I told myself that sensation could have been imagined, a misinterpretation under stress. Then I reached my voice recorder. I had forgotten about it until that moment. The device was still clipped to my pack strap. I hesitated before turning it on. There was no rational reason to delay. But part of me resisted hearing the night again. Resisted introducing confirmation into what could still be framed as uncertainty. I pressed play. The first memo was exactly as I remembered it. Calm. Technicaled. The second captured the initial circling, my voice steady but lower. The timestamps aligned with my watch. Everything matched my memory until the third recording. At 3:06 a.m., my voice stopped. The recording did not. For several seconds, there was only ambient noise. Then very clearly there was breathing. Slow, measured, close. Louder than it should have been if it were outside the tent. I listened, heart hammering as the breaths continued. Then something else occurred. A second rhythm joined the first. Not overlapping, not asynchronous. It matched the breathing exactly. Inhalation and exhalation aligned with surgical precision. Two sources, one pattern. I stopped the recording. I sat on the floor for a long time, the device heavy in my hand. The room felt smaller, the walls closer than they had been before. I checked the locks again. They were secure. I checked the windows. Closed. I told myself that recordings can pick up distortions, echoes, artifacts created by fabric and enclosed spaces. That explanation failed when I heard it again. Not on the recorder. Behind me. I did not turn around immediately. I focused on my breathing instead, counting, regulating, grounding myself in the present. The sound was faint, almost imagined, but it persisted. In, out, in, out. The same controlled rhythm. I stood slowly and walked to the bathroom, then the bedroom, then the kitchen. Each room was empty. The sound did not follow me, but it did not disappear either. It remained just below the threshold of certainty, like a thought you cannot quite finish. That night, I did not sleep. I sat on the couch with the lights on until dawn. When sunlight filled the room, the sound faded. The smell vanished. The air felt neutral again. Weeks have passed since that night. I have not returned to Redwood National Park. I have not camped alone. I have not tested my gear again. I function. I work. I sleep mostly. But sometimes, late at night, when the city quiets and the air grows still, I feel it again. The sense of being evaluated, of boundaries respected, not crossed. As if something learned enough to no longer need proximity. I understand now what unsettled me most about that night. It never tried to touch me. My name is Lucas Moreno. I am 32 years old, and on the day this happened, I was responsible for guiding my younger brother, Matteo, through a protected desert park in the American Southwest. I want to be precise about that responsibility, because every decision I made that day followed established rules. I had the permits. I studied the maps. I checked the weather reports. I packed water, navigation tools, emergency rations, and a satellite phone. This was not a reckless trip. It was meant to be a controlled, educational hike, meant to help my brother rebuild confidence after a difficult year. The park opened at sunrise. We signed in at the ranger station just after 6 in the morning. The air was already warm but manageable. The sky pale and cloudless in the way deserts promise both clarity and punishment. Matteo was quiet, which was normal for him. He walked a step behind me, boots crunching softly against gravel and sand. I remember thinking how clean our footprints looked, sharply defined in the untouched wash that cut between low ridges of rock and scrub. For the first 2 hours, everything followed expectation. We moved along a marked route that followed an old maintenance road, long since closed to vehicles. The terrain was flat, the visibility excellent. I stopped frequently to point out landmarks, dry riverbeds, and the subtle shifts in soil color that indicated different mineral layers. Matteo listened, nodded, and occasionally asked a question. His voice sounded small in the open space, like it didn't quite belong to the landscape. The first sign that something was wrong came shortly before 9. I noticed a line of footprints crossing our path at an angle. At first, I assumed another hiker had passed earlier that morning. The prints were clear and deep, suggesting recent movement. I bent down to examine them, more out of habit than concern. What unsettled me was their direction. They were moving in the same direction we were, but they were ahead of us. Not by much, maybe 50 yards. I straightened and scanned the horizon, expecting to see someone walking just out of earshot. There was no one. The desert stretched empty in all directions, broken only by low rock formations and heat shimmer. Matteo asked what I was looking at. I told him it was probably another group. I said it casually, with the confidence of someone who believed it. We continued walking. 10 minutes later, we crossed another set of footprints. These were unmistakably ours. Same boot tread, same stride length, same slight inward turn of Matteo's right foot. They were ahead of us, leading forward, fresher than the ones forming beneath our feet. I stopped completely that time. The desert has a particular silence when you stop moving. No wind, no insects. Just a pressure in your ears and the sound of your own breathing. I felt that pressure, then, heavy and immediate. I checked my GPS unit. Our position matched the map. Our heading was correct. Time elapsed was normal. I crouched again and placed my hand near the prints ahead of us. The sand was loose at the edges, not yet softened by sun or disturbed by air. They were minutes old. Matteo noticed my hesitation. He asked me why our footprints were in front of us. I told him it was likely wind distortion or overlapping tracks from earlier. I heard how thin that explanation sounded even as I said it. We turned around. I wanted to confirm that the prints continued behind us in a logical way. They did. A clean, uninterrupted trail led back the way we had come. That should have reassured me. Instead, it created a contradiction I couldn't resolve. Our tracks existed in two places at once. One set behind us where they belonged, and one set ahead of us where they did not. I decided to adjust the route. I told Matteo we would cut east toward a rock outcrop to take a break in the shade. It was a simple deviation, nothing risky. We changed direction sharply, leaving a new line of footprints at a clear angle away from the original path. Less than 5 minutes later, I saw them again. A second trail of our footprints crossed in front of us, matching the new direction perfectly. These were not older tracks. They were fresh, pressed into sand, that had not yet begun to collapse. They mirrored our turn exactly, as if someone had anticipated it. Matteo stopped walking without being told. He stared at the prints, then at me. His face had gone pale beneath the sunburn, already forming on his cheeks. He asked me if someone was following us. I didn't answer immediately, because I couldn't find one that fit the evidence. There were no additional footprints, no drag marks, no signs of running or scrambling. Just ours, always ours. I tried the satellite phone, no signal. That wasn't unusual in that part of the park, but the timing felt cruel. I checked my watch. It was still morning. The heat hadn't peaked yet. We had water. We had options. Panic would only make things worse. I told Matteo we were heading back to the ranger station. We turned again, retracing our steps exactly. I watched the ground obsessively, counting strides, noting each impression. For several minutes, everything behaved normally. Our footprints formed behind us and nowhere else. Then the ground ahead of us changed texture, becoming smoother, almost brushed flat. And there they were again. Two parallel lines of footprints, identical to ours leading back toward the station. They were closer now, maybe 20 yards ahead. Mateo started crying, quietly at first, then with sharp, uncontrolled breaths. He asked me how we could be following ourselves. He asked me which set of us was real. I told him not to think that way. I told him the desert plays tricks on perception, especially under stress. That was true, in a general sense. It was not true enough. We stopped following the prints and veered off again, this time at a hard angle, almost perpendicular to our previous path. I wanted to break whatever pattern this was. I wanted randomness. The footprints ahead of us adjusted instantly. They curved to match our new heading, smooth and confident, as if laid down by someone walking with purpose. They did not hesitate. They did not overlap incorrectly. They were perfect. That was when I understood something that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. Whatever was making those prints was not reacting to us. It was moving ahead of us in real time, maintaining a fixed distance, always just far enough that we could see it, never close enough to confront. The sun climbed higher. The heat intensified. The desert began to shimmer, but the footprints remained sharp and undeniable. We were walking in the wake of something that wore our shape perfectly, and it was leading us somewhere. I considered staying still, waiting it out, but the idea of those footprints stopping with us, standing where we stood, was worse than following them. I took Mateo's hand and kept walking, because in that moment, movement felt safer than stillness, even though every step was carrying us deeper into something I could not explain. I kept us moving because stopping felt like surrender, and I wasn't ready to test what would happen if we let whatever was ahead of us close the distance. The footprints stayed where they were, always far enough ahead to be seen clearly, never far enough to be dismissed as illusion. They moved with us through the heat and the glare, over patches of gravel and into softer sand, maintaining that same deliberate spacing as if measured. Mateo's grip tightened around my hand. His breathing was shallow and uneven, the kind that comes right before panic tips into something uncontrollable. I slowed our pace, forcing my own steps to stay even, counting silently to keep my voice steady when I spoke. I told him we were going to conserve water, find shade, and reassess. I did not tell him that every route I considered ended the same way, with our own tracks waiting for us in advance. We reached a low rock formation just before noon, a broken ridge no higher than a single-story building. I guided Mateo into the narrow shade along its eastern side. The air there was marginally cooler, heavy with the smell of hot stone. We sat with our backs to the rock, packs on the ground between us. The footprints stopped. They ended cleanly about 15 yards from where we rested, two sets side by side, toes pointed toward us. No scuff marks. No sign of turning away. Just a quiet, final pause, like someone had stopped walking and decided to wait. Mateo noticed immediately. He asked me why they weren't moving anymore. I told him it was because we weren't moving. I tried to say it like it made sense, like that explanation closed a loop instead of opening another one. We stayed there for nearly 20 minutes. I rationed water carefully, making Mateo sip instead of drink. I checked my compass, my GPS, my watch. Time passed normally. Shadows shifted in predictable ways. Nothing about the environment itself appeared wrong, and that almost made it worse. If the desert had been acting strange too, I could have blamed the heat or exhaustion. Instead, everything else was indifferent and orderly, as if refusing to acknowledge what was happening on its surface. Eventually I stood. The footprints ahead of us started moving again. They did not rush. They simply resumed their pace, stepping forward at the exact moment I did. I felt a pressure behind my eyes, the beginnings of a headache brought on by fear and sunlight. Mateo let out a small sound, half sob, half gasp, and I told him to keep walking, to keep his eyes on me, not on the ground. We decided to head for a known landmark, a dry wash that cut south toward the ranger station. If we reached it, we could follow its edge all the way back. It was a solid plan, one I had used before. We never reached it. The terrain began to subtly repeat. A familiar cluster of rocks appeared, then appeared again 20 minutes later from a slightly different angle. A twisted desert shrub with a pale scar on its trunk showed up twice, then a third time. The GPS still claimed we were moving steadily south, but the landscape disagreed, folding in on itself with quiet insistence. The footprints ahead of us seemed to know the way. They curved when the land curved. They crossed shallow dips and rises without hesitation. We followed because there was nothing else to follow. At some point, Mateo asked me if the footprints were us from the future. The question was so calm, so earnest, that it frightened me more than his earlier panic. I told him no. I told him that time doesn't work like that. I told him that nothing was actually in front of us. Even as I said it, I realized how hollow those words had become. The sun reached its highest point. The heat pressed down hard, flattening everything beneath it. Our water was running low faster than I wanted to admit. I could feel my own focus, slipping at the edges, thoughts looping, decisions feeling heavier than they should. That was when the footprints did something new. They slowed down. Not by much. Just enough that the distance between us began to shrink. 10 yards. 8. 6. I stopped walking abruptly, pulling Mateo to a halt with me. The footprints stopped too. They were close enough now that I could see fine details in the impressions. Small pebbles pressed into the soles. A slight drag on the left heel that matched my own gait when I was tired. Even the spacing between steps reflected the way I shortened my stride when thinking. Mateo whispered that he could hear something. I listened. At first I heard nothing but wind brushing across stone. Then, beneath that, something else. Footsteps. Not ours. Not behind us. Ahead of us. Slow. Deliberate, matching the rhythm of the prints we could see. I told Mateo to close his eyes. I don't know why I said that. Maybe I thought if he couldn't see it, it couldn't reach him. Maybe I just wanted to spare him whatever was about to step out of the shape it was wearing. The footsteps stopped. The heat shimmer intensified, warping the air just above the ground. For a moment, the space between the footprints seemed to thicken, like looking through glass. I felt a strange pull in my chest, a sense of recognition that made no logical sense at all, like meeting someone you've known for years but can't remember. Then the footprints began to fill in. Sand compressed slowly, deliberately, as if an invisible weight was pressing down. One step, then another. Something was walking backward toward us, retracing the path it had laid out, erasing the distance it had carefully maintained all day. I grabbed Mateo and turned, choosing a direction at random and running. The desert blurred. Rocks and shrubs flashed past without meaning. I didn't look at the ground. I didn't want to see if new footprints were forming ahead of us again. I focused on the sound of Mateo's breathing, on the burn in my legs, on the simple act of putting one foot in front of the other. After what felt like an eternity, but could not have been more than a few minutes. We stopped. My lungs burned. My vision pulsed at the edges. I risked a glance behind us. Our footprints stretched back in a straight line, frantic and uneven. Ahead of us, the sand was undisturbed. For the first time all day, there were no tracks waiting. Relief hit me so hard my knees nearly gave out. Mateo laughed once, a broken, hysterical sound, and then clung to me like he was afraid I might disappear if he let go. We walked carefully after that, slowly, deliberately, choosing a heading and sticking to it. I watched the ground obsessively. Every new print that formed belonged to us and us alone. The sun began its slow descent, shadows lengthening, the heat easing just enough to make the world feel survivable again. By late afternoon, we reached the edge of the maintenance road. By early evening, we saw the ranger station in the distance, its low structure silhouetted against the sky. We made it back. The rangers listened to our report with the patient skepticism of people trained to deal with dehydration and heat stress. They checked our vitals, logged the incident, nodded at the right moments. No one argued. No one accused us of lying. They simply filed it away under unexplained behavior. It wasn't until we were safely inside, boots off, water bottles empty, that I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Our boots were clean. No sand clung to the soles. No grit lodged in the treads. As if, at some point during the day, something else had been wearing them for us. We stayed the night in a small motel just outside the park. The kind built decades ago for seasonal tourists, and never updated because there was never enough demand to justify it. Mateo fell asleep almost immediately, exhaustion overwhelming whatever fear he was still holding on to. I lay awake on top of the blankets, fully clothed, listening to the hum of the air conditioner and the distant sound of a truck passing on the highway. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw footprints. Not memories of them, but the act of them forming. Sand compressing. Edges sharpening. Weight being applied with intention. I kept telling myself it was stress, that my mind was replaying the day, because it hadn't had time to process it properly. That explanation worked for about 10 minutes at a time. Sometime after midnight, I got up and checked our boots again. They were still clean. I ran my fingers along the soles, pressing into the tread, looking for anything lodged deep enough to survive hours of walking in desert sand. There was nothing. It was as if the boots had never touched the ground at all. I scrubbed them in the sink until my knuckles ached, then dried them with a towel that came away spotless. I didn't sleep after that. At first light, I drove Mateo back to our parents' house. He barely spoke during the drive, staring out the window, with the same fixed attention he'd had while watching the footprints ahead of us. Before he got out of the car, he asked me a question I still haven't answered. He asked how we knew we were the ones who made it back. I told him he was safe now. I told him the park was behind us. I told him none of that could follow us home. I said it with enough conviction that he nodded, even though I didn't fully believe it myself. The next few days passed quietly. I returned the rental gear, filed a formal incident report with the Park Service, and tried to resume normal routines. The rangers emailed me once to confirm details, asking about water intake, route deviations, and signs of heat illness. I answered every question carefully, sticking to facts, leaving out anything that sounded too strange to be written down. Mateo started acting differently. He began walking with exaggerated care, lifting his feet higher than necessary. placing them down slowly as if testing the ground, before committing his weight. When I asked him why, he said he didn't like how footsteps sounded anymore. He said they felt loud. One evening, about a week after the hike, he came into my room holding his phone. He had taken a picture earlier that day, while walking home from school. The photo showed a stretch of sidewalk, empty and sunlit. There were footprints ahead of him. Perfect impressions in a thin layer of dust that had settled overnight. Same spacing. Same inward turn of the right foot, leading straight toward his house. I told him someone must have walked there earlier. I told him dust behaves differently than sand. I told him not to read into it. He deleted the photo, but I could tell he didn't believe me. That night, I went for a walk by myself. I chose a well-lit residential area, sidewalks clean and recently swept. I walked slowly, deliberately, stopping every few steps to look ahead of me. Nothing appeared. For a while I felt foolish, paranoid. The kind of person who lets one bad experience infect everything else. I turned back toward home, relief settling in as my shoulders relaxed for the first time in days. That was when I noticed the sound. Footsteps matching mine, but slightly out of sync, not behind me. Ahead of me, I stopped walking. The sound stopped too. I stared down the sidewalk. It was empty, clean, no dust, no marks. I stood there for a long time, heart pounding, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. I went home and locked the door. Weeks passed, then months. Mateo improved slowly, though he refused to go hiking again. I didn't push him. I stopped taking guiding jobs altogether. I told people I was reassessing priorities, that I wanted something more stable. The truth was simpler. I didn't trust ground that recorded movement anymore. I started paying attention to small details most people ignore. The way sand settles after a breeze. The way dirt shifts under weight. The way some surfaces seem eager to remember. Last month, I received an email from the Park Service. It was a routine update, sent to everyone who had filed an incident report that season. Most of it was administrative language about safety protocols and visitor awareness. One line stood out. They had found an unexplained trail of footprints deep in the park, preserved in a shaded wash. 2 sets, identical, leading away from a marked route and stopping abruptly in an area with no recorded visitors that day. The footprints were fresh. They asked if I could come in to help identify them. I didn't respond. That night, I stood in my backyard, barefoot on the soil, feeling the cool earth press up between my toes. I took one careful step forward and looked down. My footprint was there, clear and sharp. A few feet ahead of it, another appeared, perfectly formed, waiting. My name is Caleb Rhodes. At the time of what I'm about to describe, I was 27 years old and employed as a seasonal ranger for a remote section of protected public land in the western United States. My assignment that autumn was unremarkable on paper: patrol backcountry zones, document trail damage, and shut down illegal campsites before winter conditions made access impossible. I had done variations of this work for several seasons, and I considered myself steady, practical, and resistant to imagination. I am not prone to superstition, and I have never believed that fear is anything more than a physiological response to uncertainty. What happened during my final patrol of that season forced me to reconsider how fragile that belief really was. The incident took place on a single day in late October during a routine evening sweep along a decommissioned spur trail. The trail no longer appeared on public maps, but hikers still found it through old GPS files and word of mouth. That was why I had been sent out alone, with instructions to locate and close an illegal campsite that had been reported by aerial survey earlier that week. The coordinates placed it roughly 2 miles from the nearest maintained trailhead, in a low basin where tree cover thickened and radio reception dropped off sharply. I left my truck just after noon, logged my departure, and followed the spur trail as it narrowed into something closer to a game path. The weather was calm and dry. The air had that thin, metallic cold that comes before snow, but hasn't committed to it yet. Nothing about the hike suggested danger. I remember thinking, more than once, that this would be an easy close, out before sunset. By mid-afternoon, I started seeing the signs I was looking for. Flattened grass, scattered food wrappers half buried in pine needles afire, ring built from stones that clearly hadn't come from the immediate area. All of it was fresh. That alone was unusual. Most illegal camps I dealt with were abandoned days earlier, sometimes weeks. This one looked active enough that I adjusted my radio to a higher volume and slowed my pace. The campsite itself came into view just before dusk. It was small and poorly concealed, tucked against a fallen log near the edge of a dry creek bed. There was no tent, no vehicle access, and no obvious trail leading in or out. The fire pit sat at the center, blackened stones arranged carefully, almost neatly. I crouched beside it and held my hand near the ash. The warmth surprised me. Not residual heat, but active warmth. The kind that lingers only minutes after a fire has been extinguished. I stood up slowly and scanned the surrounding trees. Ranger training teaches you to announce your presence, but only when you're confident of what you're announcing it to. I listened first. No footsteps, no voices, no movement that didn't belong to the forest itself. I called out anyway, identifying myself and stating that the area was closed. My voice sounded too loud in my own ears, flattened by the trees and swallowed before it could echo. I waited. Nothing responded. That was when I turned on my headlamp. The beam cut a narrow cone through the growing dark, illuminating the campsite in sharp detail, while leaving everything beyond its reach in shadow. As I swept the light across the trees, I noticed something that didn't make sense. The underbrush just beyond the beam looked compressed, as if someone had been standing there for a while. Branches bent at chest height, leaves disturbed but not broken. I took one step forward, and the feeling I had was not fear yet, but awareness. The distinct sense that distance mattered. That whatever had left the campsite had not gone far. That it was close enough to hear me breathing. I called out again, firmer this time, instructing whoever was present to identify themselves. My training dictated that I should retreat if I felt unsafe, but the situation didn't meet any official threshold for that decision. There was no sign of aggression, no movement, just absence where there should have been departure. I began documenting the site, taking photos and marking GPS points. As I worked, I became aware of how quiet it had grown. Not the natural quiet of evening, but a kind of held silence. No insects. No distant wind through the trees. The forest felt paused, as if waiting for something specific to happen. When I finished logging the campsite, I began dismantling it, scattering the fire ring and collecting trash. I kept my headlamp fixed forward, resisting the urge to turn too often. Each time I did glance back, the trees looked the same. Still, dark, uninterested. It wasn't until I packed up my last bag of breeze that I noticed the footprints. They were not leading away from the campsite, as I expected. They were positioned just beyond the edge of my headlamp's beam, pressed into the soft soil at the creek bed. Bare footprints, large, deliberate, and facing toward me. I froze. The rational part of my mind cataloged possibilities. Someone had been barefoot near freezing temperatures. Someone had stood there long enough for the ground to compress evenly beneath their weight. Someone had not approached closer, nor retreated farther during the entire time I was working. I raised my headlamp slightly, extending the beam another few feet. The footprints ended abruptly, as if the person had stepped backward into darkness rather than forward into light. I radioed in at that point, reporting possible contact. The signal crackled but went through. Dispatch acknowledged and asked for clarification. I remember struggling to describe what I was seeing, without sounding uncertain. I said there were signs of recent activity, and that I believed the occupant might still be in the area. "Do you see them?" Dispatch asked. I looked up again, scanning the tree line. The beam of my headlamp stopped at the same invisible boundary it always had. Beyond it, the forest remained untouched by light. "No," I said. "But I think they're standing just outside my range." There was a pause on the radio, then instructions to withdraw and return to the trailhead while maintaining visual awareness. I agreed, clipped the radio back to my vest, and took one step backward. At the sound of my boots shifting against gravel, something moved. Not toward me, not away. Just enough to register as presence. A shift of weight, a subtle rearrangement of branches. The unmistakable confirmation that I had been right. Someone was standing there. I did not shine my light directly at the movement. I don't know why. Instinct, maybe. Or the sudden certainty that seeing them clearly would change something I could not undo. I continued backing away, slow and deliberate, never turning my back. The feeling that followed me was not pursuit, but observation, as if the space between us was intentional, maintained. When I reached the narrow path leading out of the basin, the forest seemed to breathe again. Sound returned. Wind stirred the leaves. The pressure in my chest eased slightly, though I never stopped shaking. I reached the trailhead well after dark and logged my return. I told myself that what I experienced had an explanation I simply hadn't found yet. That exhaustion and isolation had filled in gaps my senses couldn't resolve. That explanation held barely, until I reviewed the photos later that night and noticed something standing at the edge of every frame, always just beyond the headlamp's beam, always positioned where I remembered feeling watched. I did not return to that basin the next day. I slept badly that night, though sleep might be the wrong word for it. I lay in the narrow ranger bunk, listening to the building settle, replaying the same moments over and over with an attention I couldn't shut off. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that invisible line where my headlamp stopped working the way it should have. I kept telling myself it was nothing more than light physics and stress, but the memory refused to flatten into something ordinary. By the time dawn came, I had already decided to go back. That decision didn't feel brave or responsible. It felt necessary. Reports still had to be finished. Photos had to be archived. And more importantly, there was a part of me that couldn't accepting something unresolved in a place I was sworn to manage. If someone had been illegally camping that close to winter conditions, they could still be at risk. That thought alone was enough to justify the return, at least on paper. I logged my departure just after sunrise. I didn't mention the footprints, the warmth of the fire, or the feeling of being observed. I told myself I would assess the area in full daylight, confirm it was clear, and close the report properly. The sky was pale and cloudless, and the forest looked almost friendly as I followed the spur trail again. The difference daylight made was unsettling in its own way. The basin looked smaller than I remembered, less dramatic, the trees thinner, the shadows shorter. I found the campsite easily. In the morning light, it looked abandoned in the most mundane sense of the word. Cold ash, scattered stones, no footprints visible where I had seen them the night before. I crouched and examined the soil carefully. Nothing, no impressions, no disturbances. Even the area near the creek bed looked untouched, as if the ground had reset itself overnight. I told myself that temperature changes could do that. Soil contracts. Moisture evaporates. There were explanations if I wanted them badly enough. I walked the perimeter slowly, expanding my search radius. I found no gear, no clothing, no signs of departure. What I did find, about 50 yards uphill, was a small clearing I hadn't noticed before. It was subtle, barely a break in the undergrowth, but something about it drew my attention. The trees there leaned inward slightly, forming a loose ring. At the center was nothing. No fire pit. No trash. No tracks. Standing there gave me the same sensation I'd had the night before, but weaker, like an echo. The sense that this was a place meant to be occupied, even when it wasn't. I checked my watch and realized nearly an hour had passed without my noticing. That was when my radio crackled. Dispatch was checking in. Routine follow-up. I answered and reported the site inactive, no sign of current occupants. The words felt thin as I spoke them. Incomplete. But they were technically accurate. I left the basin shortly after, telling myself that daylight had solved the problem. That fear had exaggerated absence into threat. Still, I marked the coordinates of the clearing and made a note to flag it for further survey. I didn't know why. Just that it felt wrong to ignore it. By early afternoon, clouds began to roll in from the west. The temperature dropped faster than forecasted. I finished my remaining patrol duties closer to the main trail system and considered calling it a day. But the unease followed me, quiet and persistent, like a low-grade hum beneath everything I did. Around 4 p.m., a call came over the radio from a different unit. A hiker had reported hearing voices near the decommissioned spur trail. The description was vague. No visual contact. No distress call. Just voices in an area that shouldn't have had anyone in it. I knew immediately where they meant. I volunteered to respond before dispatch finished asking. The answer came out faster than thought, and once it did, I couldn't take it back. I was closest. I knew the terrain. Those were the facts. The rest stayed unspoken. The light was already fading by the time I reached the basin again. The clouds had thickened, turning the forest dim and colorless. I moved faster this time, scanning constantly, every sense tuned sharp. I didn't announce myself. I listened instead. At first, there was nothing. Then, faintly, I heard it. Not voices in the conversational sense. More like sound shaped almost into speech. Cadence without clarity. The rise and fall of something that followed the rhythm of language, but never resolved into words. It came from the direction of the clearing. I stopped at the edge and turned off my headlamp. I don't know why I did that either. Maybe I wanted to see if darkness changed anything. Maybe I wanted to know if light had been the problem all along. The sound continued, steady and unbothered by my presence. I stepped forward, slowly, and the sound stopped. The silence that followed was immediate and absolute. I turned the headlamp back on. The clearing was empty, but the trees around it looked different now. Closer. Their branches overlapped more than they had earlier that day. I told myself perspective was shifting as light failed, but the explanation didn't settle. That was when I felt it again. That precise awareness of distance, of something maintaining space with intention. I spoke out loud, identifying myself, stating clearly that the area was restricted and that I needed anyone present to respond. My voice sounded strange in my ears, too careful, too controlled. The response came from behind me, not a voice, a footstep, one step, bare, soft against soil. I turned too fast, swinging the headlamp in a wide arc. The beam caught nothing but trunks and leaves, but the feeling surged hard enough to make my breath hitch. I backed toward the clearing, keeping the light moving, refusing to let it settle. Another step sounded, closer this time, but never entering the beam. Always just outside it. Always exactly where I wasn't looking. I radioed dispatch again, reporting confirmed presence. My voice shook despite my efforts. The reply was delayed, distorted by interference. I caught fragments. Static. My call sign repeated back to me in a way that sounded wrong, stretched thin. The footsteps circled. Slow, patient. I realized then that whatever this was, it wasn't following me. It was keeping me where I was, holding the space, making sure I didn't leave the clearing. I forced myself forward, breaking the invisible boundary I felt pressing in. The moment I did, the sound stopped. The forest exhaled. Wind rushed through branches like it had been waiting permission. I ran. I didn't check footing. I didn't look back. I followed the path by memory and instinct, my headlamp bouncing wildly, my breath tearing at my chest. I didn't stop until the basin was far behind me, and the terrain opened up into familiar ground. I made it back to the truck just as full darkness settled. I sat inside for a long time before starting the engine, hands locked on the steering wheel. That night, when I logged the incident, I used careful language. Possible trespasser, unconfirmed contact, environmental audio anomaly. But I didn't sleep at all, because every time I closed my eyes, I heard that single barefoot step, stopping just short of where I could see. I never went home after that second encounter. I sat in the ranger station until the sky began to pale again, filling out reports I rewrote again and again, trying to make the words sound stable, official, contained. By the time morning arrived, the entire incident still existed within the same calendar day, but it felt as though I had lived several versions of it already, each one fraying a little more at the edges. Dispatch called shortly after sunrise. The hiker who had reported the voices had been contacted again. They claimed they never made the call. Their phone logs showed no outgoing signal from that area. According to the system, the report had originated from my radio frequency, not theirs. That detail was explained away as a routing error. It had to be. I accepted the explanation because the alternative required a level of intent I wasn't prepared to name. I was instructed to stand down and wait for a second ranger to arrive before any further action was taken near the basin. That should have been a relief. Instead, it tightened something in my chest. I realized then that whatever had happened out there had been calibrated to me, to my presence, to my movement and hesitation. Bringing someone else into it felt less like help and more like escalation. The second ranger, Mark Delaney, arrived just before noon. He was older, experienced, and immediately skeptical in the way seasoned professionals tend to be. We reviewed my notes together. He asked reasonable questions. I gave reasonable answers. When he suggested we do a final daylight sweep together to close the incident formally, I agreed without protest. The walk back felt different with another person beside me. Conversation filled the space. The forest sounded normal again. Birds, wind, the dull crunch of boots on soil. I told myself that whatever had followed me before had thrived on isolation. That shared awareness diluted it. We reached the basin in early afternoon. The campsite showed no change, no new disturbances. Mark knelt by the fire pit and confirmed it had been cold for hours. He looked at me then, not unkindly, and asked if I was sure about the warmth I'd felt. I said yes. I didn't elaborate. We moved toward the clearing uphill. As we approached, I felt the same pressure build, subtle but unmistakable. Mark noticed my pace slowing and asked what I was seeing. I told him this was where the voices had come from. The clearing looked wrong again. Not visibly altered, but compressed, like the space itself had tightened. Mark stepped into it first. Nothing happened. He turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees, then shrugged. "That's it?" he asked. Before I could answer, his radio crackled. Not dispatch, not my call sign. Just static layered with something that almost sounded like breath. Mark frowned and adjusted the channel. The sound stopped immediately. "You hear that?" he asked. I nodded. That was the first moment his skepticism fractured. He tried the radio again. Silence. He checked his GPS. It lagged, then reset. He looked around more carefully this time. We didn't hear footsteps. We felt them. A subtle vibration through the ground. Too soft to be sound, but too patterned to be natural. Mark shifted his weight and looked down at the soil near his boot. There were footprints. Fresh, oriented inward, toward the clearing, forming a loose circle around us. They had not been there seconds earlier. I knew that because I had been watching the ground. The way fear teaches you to watch everything at once. Mark swore under his breath and stepped backward. The circle adjusted, not closing in, maintaining distance. We turned slowly, back to back. Headlamps on despite the daylight filtering weakly through the clouds. The beam still behaved the same way it had before. It illuminated the clearing perfectly and stopped short at the tree line, as if there was a boundary it refused to cross. "Caleb," Mark said quietly, "we're leaving." I agreed. I didn't ask questions. We moved together, slow at first, then faster when the ground behind us responded. The footsteps didn't chase us. They repositioned. Each time we changed direction, they appeared ahead, never blocking, never guiding, just reminding us of their awareness. The forest grew quiet again. Not silent. Controlled. Mark tripped near the edge of the basin and caught himself on a tree. The moment his hand made contact with the bark, the pressure spiked hard enough to make me gasp. The trees leaned in. Not visibly, but perceptibly. As if the clearing had extended its influence farther than before. Mark yanked his hand back and swore again, louder this time. The sound broke whatever tension had been holding. Wind surged through the basin. Branches rattled. The footprints blurred, then vanished, as if the ground refused to remember them. We didn't stop running until we reached the trailhead. Back at the station, Mark made the call to close the area indefinitely due to environmental instability. That phrase covered a lot. More than it should have. Reports were filed. Coordinates were flagged. The basin was added to a list of zones, requiring restricted access pending further review. No further incidents were officially recorded that day. Mark avoided me after that. Not out of blame, but discomfort. He transferred out at the end of the week. I finished my season in silence, counting the days until my contract ended. I resigned the following morning. I didn't cite the incident directly. I cited fatigue, stress, a need for distance, all true in their way. Weeks later, I received an email from a survey team assigned to review the restricted zone. They asked if I could clarify a discrepancy. According to their equipment, the clearing I had marked did not exist. The coordinates resolved to dense, uninterrupted forest. No break in the canopy. No measurable depression in the terrain. Attached was a satellite image. I stared at it for a long time. The forest looked smooth, continuous, unbroken, but I could still see it. Not in the image, but in the space behind my eyes. A clearing that wasn't meant to be empty. A place that maintained distance with intention. I never replied to the email. I still carry my headlamp, sometimes when I hike. Not because I need the light, but because I want to know where it stops. Because some boundaries don't exist to be crossed. They exist to show you how close something is willing to stand without being seen. My name is Thomas Ivey. I am recording this for documentation and personal safety, not for entertainment, and I want that clear from the beginning. I have spent the last 6 years hiking long sections of the Appalachian Trail whenever work and money allowed. Usually alone, usually without incident. I am not reckless. I file itineraries. I carry redundant navigation. I record audio notes at the end of each day, because I hike solo, and in case something happens to me, I want there to be a clear timeline of my movements, my condition, and my decisions. That habit is the only reason I am writing this now. The day this started was supposed to be routine. A single day section hike, dawn to dusk, roughly 19 miles through a stretch I had already researched thoroughly. The forecast was clean. No storms. Mild temperatures. The trailhead parking lot was nearly empty when I arrived just after sunrise, which wasn't unusual for a weekday. I checked my pack one last time, turned on my audio recorder, and stated my name, date, location, and planned route in a calm, professional tone. I remember thinking how unnecessary it all felt, like filling out paperwork for a problem that didn't exist. The morning miles passed cleanly. Leaves damp with dew, birdsong, the soft rhythmic crunch of boots on dirt and gravel. I recorded short audio notes every few hours, mostly logistical observations, water levels, trail conditions, small navigation landmarks. My voice sounded normal, steady, slightly winded but relaxed. There was nothing strange about the woods, nothing that triggered the instinctual alertness hikers talk about. If anything, it felt quiet in a way that encouraged focus rather than fear. By early afternoon, the trail narrowed and climbed. Cell service dropped out completely, as expected. I remember stopping to adjust my pack straps and noticing how still everything was. No wind. No insects. It struck me as odd only in passing, the way you notice an empty room and then move on. I made another audio note around that time, mostly to log my pace and remaining daylight. Listening to it now, I hear nothing unusual. Just my breathing, slightly heavier from the incline, and my boots scuffing as I shift my weight. The first moment that unsettled me didn't feel supernatural. It felt logistical. I came across a small side trail that wasn't marked on my map. That happens often enough on the Appalachian Trail. Old access paths, unofficial campsites, maintenance routes. Still, I paused longer than necessary, checking my GPS and compass to confirm my position. Everything matched. I stayed on the main trail and moved on, but the pause lingered with me. I recorded another note afterward, mentioning the unmarked path more out of habit than concern. The light began to change earlier than I expected. Not darkness, exactly, but a flattening of contrast, like the forest was dimming without actually getting darker. Overcast can do that, but the sky above the canopy was clear when I checked. I told myself it was fatigue playing tricks on my perception. Long solo hikes can make small sensations feel amplified. I drank water, ate, and kept moving. Around late afternoon, I stopped near a shallow creek to filter water. This is where I made the recording that matters. At the time, it felt completely normal. I set my pack down, turned on the recorder, and spoke the way I always do, documenting my location and actions. I crouched by the water, the sound of the filter pumping steady and familiar. I remember feeling calm, focused, alone. I was definitely alone. I finished filtering, capped my bottles, and stood up. There was a brief hesitation, a sense that I had forgotten something. But when I scanned my gear, everything was there. I shrugged it off and continued hiking, picking up my pace to make sure. I reached my planned stopping point before sunset. The last few miles were harder than expected. Not physically, but mentally. The trail felt longer, repeating itself in subtle ways. Similar bends, similar rock outcroppings, trees leaning at the same angles. I checked my GPS more often than usual, each time reassured by the same blinking dot moving steadily along the line. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being slightly out of sync, like my internal clock was running a few seconds behind the world around me. Just before sunset, I recorded my final note of the day. I remember being tired but satisfied, already thinking about food and rest. My voice sounds normal in that recording too. Maybe a little strained. Nothing alarming. I found a flat area just off the trail, set up my shelter, and went through my evening routine. Eat, stretch, secure food, check weather one last time. Everything by the book. I slept poorly, though I didn't realize how poorly until later. I remember waking up multiple times without knowing why. No sounds, no movement, just a vague sense of interruption, like someone had gently shaken my thoughts rather than my body. By morning, I was groggy but functional. I packed up, recorded a brief departure note, and hiked out without incident. I drove home. I showered. I ate. Life resumed its normal shape. It wasn't until 2 days later that I listened back to the recordings. I was labeling files, trimming dead air, doing what I always do before archiving them. When I reached the creek recording, I almost skipped it. I've filtered water 100 times. It's boring audio, but something made me listen all the way through. At first, I heard exactly what I expected. My voice, the water, the filter. Then, underneath it, something else. So faint I thought it was wind at first. A soft, uneven sound. I replayed it with headphones on, volume higher. The sound became clearer, and my stomach tightened in a way that felt immediate and involuntary. It was breathing. Not wind. Not leaves. Breathing. Slow, deliberate, and close enough to be picked up by the microphone as distinctly separate from my own. I counted. My inhale. My exhale. Then another inhale that did not match my rhythm. Too slow. Too steady. Positioned slightly to the left. as if someone were standing just out of frame, just out of sight. I know what my breathing sounds like when I'm hiking. I know how my gear sounds. This was neither. The worst part wasn't that it was there. It was that, listening to my own voice in that moment, I never reacted. I never paused. I never acknowledged it. I spoke calmly, as if nothing else existed around me at all. I stopped the playback and sat there for a long time, headphones still on, staring at nothing. Eventually, I told myself the simplest explanation had to be the right one. Audio artifact. Wind through a hollow. A trick of overlapping frequencies. But even as I thought it, I knew it didn't fit. I went back to the earlier recordings. The morning, the incline, the unmarked side trail. I listened carefully this time, scanning for anything I might have missed. At first, there was nothing. Then, faintly, in one of the afternoon clips, I heard it again. A single exhale, distant but unmistakable. Occurring just after I stopped speaking. The realization settled slowly and heavily. Whatever had been close enough to breathe into my microphone had not announced itself. Had not startled me. Had not altered my behavior in any detectable way. It had been there without being noticed, without being registered as a threat at all. And the more I listened, the more I began to understand something that made my hands start to shake. The breathing wasn't reacting to me. It was pacing me. I tried to stop thinking about it after that first night of listening. But the sound followed me in a way that didn't feel metaphorical. It felt procedural. I replayed the recordings again the next morning, with better headphones and audio software open, isolating channels, reducing noise, boosting frequencies I normally ignore. I told myself this was due diligence, the same mindset I use when reviewing trail data or planning routes. Emotional distance through method. The breathing didn't disappear under scrutiny. It sharpened. Once isolated, it became clear that it wasn't random. It didn't overlap my speech. It waited. Whenever I stopped talking, it appeared, as if the space my voice left behind was being occupied immediately. In one clip, I paused to tighten a strap. The breathing enters the silence almost instantly, then fades the moment I speak again. That timing bothered me more than the sound itself. I checked the timestamps carefully. The breathing was never present while I was actively moving at speed. It appeared when I was stationary or slow, when my attention was narrowed. Filtering water, checking my map, adjusting gear. Moments when my focus was inward. That pattern suggested proximity. Intent. I took a break from listening and went outside, just to feel normal air and daylight. The neighborhood was loud in a comforting way. Cars, distant voices. Wind. I stood there longer than necessary, grounding myself in obvious reality. Then I went back inside and kept listening. The late afternoon recording, the one just before sunset, contained something new. I hadn't noticed it before because it was subtle and brief. A shift in weight. Leaves compressing. A soft, irregular crunch that didn't match my steps. I slowed the audio down, played it back again and again. It wasn't an echo. It wasn't my movement delayed. It was asynchronous, arriving just after I stopped walking. What unsettled me wasn't that someone might have been nearby. The Appalachian Trail sees thousands of hikers. You pass people. You hear people. What unsettled me was that whoever, or whatever, was close enough to make that sound never made itself known. No greeting. No cough. No clearing of the throat. Just breathing recorded without my awareness. I went back to my GPS data next. My track log showed no deviations. No stops that I didn't remember. no loops. But when I overlaid the timing of the breathing with my pace, I noticed something that made my chest feel tight. In the last 2 miles before camp, my pace slowed gradually, almost imperceptibly, despite the terrain flattening. I hadn't felt exhausted at the time, yet the data showed hesitation, micro pauses, fractions of seconds accumulating into minutes. I listened again to the final recording I made before sleep. At first, there was nothing unusual, just my voice, low and tired, summarizing the day. Then, right at the end, after I say I'm settling in for the night, there's a sound I missed entirely before. Not breathing. Fabric. A faint rustle, like nylon brushing against nylon. My shelter was zipped. I know that because I hear the zipper earlier in the recording. This sound occurs after. I had no memory of opening it. I checked the morning departure recording. I sound normal. Maybe a little flat. I describe packing up, securing food, heading out. Nothing about disturbance. No mention of a bad night. Yet when I listen closely, beneath my speech, there's breathing again. Slower this time. Deeper. As if closer to the microphone than before. I shut the laptop and sat there, hands on my knees, trying to slow my own breathing. Suddenly very aware of it. The thought that kept returning wasn't fear. It was confusion. If something had been close enough to my shelter, to breathe into my recorder, why didn't I wake up? I'm a light sleeper in the woods. Every sound matters. Every shift in pattern pulls you up from rest. Yet I slept through it. That's when I considered the possibility I'd been wrong about the timing. I went back and listened to the raw, unedited files from the recorder itself, not the copies on my computer. In the creek recording, the breathing didn't begin after I stopped speaking. It began before. It was already there, masked by water noise and my voice, only becoming obvious in the silence. That meant it wasn't reacting to me at all. It was continuous. I listened to the entire recording again, start to finish, without interruption. The breathing is present the whole time, sometimes faint, sometimes clearer, always steady, always slightly offset from my own rhythm. Two patterns coexisting in the same space. That realization forced me to confront something I hadn't wanted to consider. The breathing hadn't followed me to the creek. It had been with me already. I listened to the very first recording of the day, the one at the trailhead. The parking lot was quiet, but not empty. I could hear distant traffic, a bird calling, my own footsteps as I moved around the car. Then, faintly, there it was again. Almost imperceptible. A soft inhale beneath the ambient noise. Close enough to register, but not enough to trigger recognition. I paused the audio and stared at the screen. That meant the breathing was present before I ever stepped onto the trail, before the forest closed around me, before isolation, which raised a question I didn't want to answer. Had it been there before the hike? I checked other recordings from previous trips. Dozens of files, different locations, different dates, different conditions. I listened with growing dread, half hoping to hear nothing, half expecting the worst. Most were clean. Just me, wind, weather. Then, in one older file from a completely different section of trail months earlier, I heard it. Distant. Brief. Easy to miss if you weren't looking for it. My mouth went dry. The breathing wasn't tied to a place. It wasn't tied to a single hike. It was tied to me. That night, I lay awake in my apartment, recorder on the nightstand, turned off but impossibly present. Every sound in the room felt amplified. The hum of the refrigerator, pipes shifting, my own breath in the dark. I focused on keeping it steady, even counting inhales the way you do when you're trying not to panic. At some point, exhaustion overtook vigilance. I don't remember falling asleep. I remember waking abruptly, heart racing, with the distinct impression that I had been listening for something without realizing it. I reached for the recorder before I could stop myself and turned it on. The room was silent. I whispered my name, testing the sound. My voice came back to me, thin and small. I stopped speaking and waited. There was a pause. Then, very softly, unmistakably, another breath entered the quiet. Not mine. Close, patient, as if it had been waiting for me to stop making noise again. I didn't scream. I didn't jump out of bed. I didn't even move at first. My body locked into stillness, the way it does when a sudden noise wakes you in the dark, and your brain hasn't decided yet whether you're in danger. I held my breath without meaning to, listening to the space around me with a focus that felt sharpened to a painful point. The breathing continued. It didn't change when I stopped breathing. It didn't rush or stutter or grow louder. It remained exactly as it had been in the recordings. Slow. Measured. Close enough that it felt intimate rather than distant. The kind of proximity that implies awareness, not accident. I turned on the lamp. The room was exactly as it should have been. Empty, bed unmade, door closed, no movement. The breathing stopped the instant the light. The space, like a sound, cut cleanly at the source rather than fading out. I sat there for a long time after that, light on, recorder running, waiting for it to return. It didn't. Morning arrived without transition. I must have slept at some point, because suddenly it was daylight, and I was sitting on the edge of the bed with my head in my hands. The recorder still running, battery nearly drained. I checked the file immediately. The breathing had returned several times during the night, always in the same pattern, always when I was silent, always stopping when I moved or spoke. There was something else too. Not a sound this time, but an absence. During the longest stretch of the night, there was no audio at all, no breathing, no ambient noise, no distant traffic, nothing. The waveform was nearly flat for over an hour. According to the timestamp, that was when I was asleep. That bothered me more than the breathing ever had. I called in sick to work and spent the morning testing myself in ways that felt rational at the time. I turned the recorder on and left the room. Nothing. I sat still without speaking. Nothing. I breathed irregularly on purpose, speeding up, slowing down. Nothing. Whatever this was, it wasn't simply responding to silence. It was responding to something more specific. Awareness. That afternoon, I made a decision that felt reckless even as I justified it. I needed to know if this thing required the context of recording to exist, or if recording was simply how I was becoming aware of it. So I turned the recorder on and left it running while I went about my day, narrating occasionally, then falling silent for long stretches. The breathing returned only when I was present and aware of the recording. When I forgot about it, when my attention drifted to something else, the sound vanished. It wasn't following the device. It was following my focus. That night, I tried something I hadn't done yet. I spoke directly to it. "My name is Thomas Ivy," I said into the recorder, voice steady but controlled. "If someone is here, you're being recorded." There was no response. I waited, forcing myself not to fidget, not to fill the silence. After several seconds, the breathing returned, unchanged, unbothered, as if my words had been irrelevant. I realized then that it didn't matter whether I acknowledged it. Recognition wasn't the trigger. It was the act of listening. That understanding brought a strange, cold clarity with it. On the trail, the moments when I was most focused inward were the moments it had been closest. Filtering water, checking my map, settling into sleep. Times when my awareness narrowed and my attention turned quiet. Recording wasn't attracting it. Recording was revealing it. I didn't go outside for several days after that. I slept with lights on. I kept music playing at low volume, not to drown anything out, but to keep my mind from settling into that focused stillness it seemed to prefer. The breathing didn't return while the music played. The silence between songs was dangerous. I learned that quickly. By the fourth day, I was exhausted in a way that sleep couldn't fix. I couldn't stay vigilant forever. Attention slips, minds wander, silence happens. I knew that, and I knew something else too, though I didn't want to admit it. The breathing wasn't threatening. It wasn't rushing toward me, or growing louder over time. It wasn't escalating. It was simply there, constant and patient, as if proximity was the goal rather than harm. That made it worse. Predators hurry. Watchers wait. I went back to the Appalachian Trail data one last time, not for sounds, but for context. I reviewed my notes, my pace, my decisions. There was one stretch in the late afternoon where my recorded narration trailed off mid-sentence. At the time, I must have forgotten to finish the thought. Listening now, I heard my voice fade, then silence, then the breathing filling the space more fully than anywhere else in the files. That silence lasted longer than I remembered stopping. Almost 3 minutes passed before I spoke again. I have no memory of those 3 minutes. That's when I understood the final piece. This thing didn't just exist alongside my awareness. It occupied the gaps in it. The moments where attention dropped out entirely. Not sleep. Not distraction. Something closer to absence. I stopped recording after that. Completely. I deleted the apps. I put the recorder in a drawer. The breathing didn't stop immediately. For the first night without recording, I heard it anyway, faint and distant, like a habit breaking reluctantly. By the second night, it was gone. Weeks have passed now. I hike no more. I avoid silence when I can. I don't meditate. I don't sit still with my thoughts. I keep the world noisy and textured and demanding. It feels safer that way. I'm writing this because I need a record that doesn't listen back. Something static. Something that can't invite attention by its very nature. If you're reading this and you use audio logs for safety, I'm not telling you to stop. I'm telling you to be careful about how closely you listen. Because I don't think the breathing wanted to be heard. I think it wanted me to notice the spaces where I wasn't there at all. And once you learn how to listen for that, it becomes very hard to stop.